timeline? Do you see that it might end? Do you see there could be a ceasefire and intervention from US? What do you think happening? What may happen?
Oh, it's very, very complicated to assess. I think it will continue for at least a few days, because from a strategic and a military point of view, Israel decided to attack. If they stop the attacks now, it is absolutely unsure that they could attack again in some weeks or some months. Mm-hmm. And the military, the nuclear military program is not completely destroyed. So they have operation to continue, to pursue, to achieve their goal, to weaken the military force of Iran and to destroy the military nuclear program. So it will continue. And then, of course, we have and we will have the military answer of Iran. It could be missiles, as they fire them since Friday night. Mm-hmm. It could be terrorism in the world. It could be the blockade of the Hormuz Straits. We don't know. We don't know exactly what will be the way chosen by Iran in the next hours and days. And this also, of course, will be taken in account to decide the right response the right answer by Israel. It's possible that the US will intervene. It's possible that France will intervene. 2 hours ago, the French foreign minister said that France is ready to protect and defend Israel. Mm-hmm. The French President Macron said this weekend that that Iran is the only responsible of the situation, and that France will protect Israel if it is needed. Mm-hmm. So it's the situation still, for the moment, very unclear. We are in a process which is evolving minute by minute. Right. It's very difficult to assess, but one thing is clear: it will not stop today. It will not stop in the coming minutes or hours.
Okay. Do you see Iran abandoning its nuclear program?
No. I think if they have the possibility to continue it, they will. For 25 years, they said to the world, we don't want a nuclear weapon. We are against the use of nuclear energy as a weapon. This is very bad, and so on, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. Actually, they were lying all the way. Mm-hmm. They were enriching uranium at a level which is absolutely not needed by a civilian use, mm-hmm. but which is very near the military level needed for an atomic weapon. Okay. So it's clear that if they can, they will continue, and that's why the Israelis must continue their operation to absolutely destroy all the military capacity of Iran, at least in the nuclear field.
Okay. Coming back to the revolt against the regime in Iran, there always is a requirement of an alternative power, so to say, to emerge in case a government is overturned. Do you see any such force right now coming up in Iran?
There are some forces. There is an opposition. Actually, there are several oppositions in Iran. You have some ethnical opposition, for instance, the Kurds, which are absolutely against the central power. You have the Arab minority, which is against the power, the mullahs' power. Mm-hmm. You have, of course, the followers of the late king and the son of the king, and you have, I think, the most important force, mm-hmm. which is the People's Mujahideen.
Right.
So if all those opposition, they have a lot of contradiction between them. But right. If all those opposition can join and can form a kind of national unity government to replace the power of the mullah. Mm-hmm. And if the power of the mullah is weakened enough, we have a real possibility, a real chance to see a complete change. This war could be really a game changer.
You mentioned the map, the political map could change. In what way do you see the new, the dynamics emerging? What could the map look like?
It's once again it's difficult to say because you have this question, of course, between Iran and Israel, but you have also the relations between Israel and the Arab countries, and you have the relations between Israel and the Palestinian the Palestinian people, and all the situation in the Middle East and the situation with Israel will only be fixed once all those questions are fixed. It's not enough to fix just one question.
Okay.
With the Arab nations, it's going quite well. Even Syria, who was a fierce enemy of Israel, is trying today to have some kind of peaceful relation with Israel. They have peaceful relation with Jordania, with Egypt, with some Gulf countries like the Emirates, or even like Saudi Arabia, even if there is no diplomatic relation between the two countries.
Right.
So that's a good point. Now we're still with the Palestinian question. And for the Palestinian question, at one point or another, it's clear for me for the last 45 years that the only solution is a two-state solution. An Israeli state and a Palestinian state.
Absolutely.
The problem is that some people in Israel don't want this solution, and a lot, and maybe a majority of people on the Palestinian side doesn't want it neither.
Right. So my question next to you, sir, is from where we are sitting, sir, in New Delhi. We have good relations. India has good relations with Iran, and India has good relations and diplomatic ties with Israel. Where, as an observer of the region, sir, where would you place India's diplomatic position? Which side do you think India needs to take? Does India's taking side really matter as far as the conflict is concerned?
I think that India could have a very good and very interesting card to play. You have today countries like the United States who say we will try to be the honest broker of a peace. It's very difficult.
That, viewers, it's time for a quick break. But on the other side, we'll tell you about another technical snag hitting another Air India flight. Once again, it's a Boeing 787. The flight was cancelled in Dubai due to a glitch. All passengers had already boarded when it was cancelled.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च। विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
واو ببدأ زيكو
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
ني فلوت واو بيبقى زيكو
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
ني فلوت واو بيبقى زيكو
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबा केसरी।
Ini Filo. Wow, bebate siku.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain fashion level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
You can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles, but all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. This is what Iran doing. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. It's 12 and we're live and breaking. We'll get you all the latest on the Air India technical snag. Another day, another Air India plane, a Boeing 787 to be precise, has been hit by another mechanical snag. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Prime Minister Modi speaks to US President Trump for 35 minutes, talks over Pahalgam attack and India's Operation Sindoor. Trump's trade deal bluff called out. PM Modi makes it clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers had already boarded. Justice Verma writes a letter to former CJI, refuses to step down. May 6th letter accessed.
As a necessary first step, an exchange of views, frank, open exchange of views around law enforcement, transnational repression as two examples, an agreement to provide the necessary foundations to begin to rebuild a relationship, and we will, we're both committed to work towards that, but there's a lot of work that will need to be done.
Major breakthrough in India-Canada ties after months of diplomatic fallout. Both nations agree to reinstate high commissioners. Iran launches fresh barrage of missiles on Israel, targets Dimona nuclear plant. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. The Baloch Liberation Army has claimed responsibility for a remote-controlled bomb attack on the Jafar Express near Abgum area of Mach, targeting a section of railway where personnel were clearing the track. The explosion has now killed 4 individuals, including 2 railway employees and 2 members of the BDS bomb disposal squad. And additionally, 3 others have suffered serious injuries. The BLA stated that the attack was part of their ongoing campaign for an independent sovereign Balochistan. This is another attack carried out near the Jafar Express, where the railway personnel were carrying out track clearing operations, and it's exactly at that point that the Baloch Liberation Army, which had installed some explosives there, had targeted these railway personnel, and several of them have been left injured, while 2 railway employees and 2 members of the bomb disposal squads have been killed. We also have Major Samarpar Tool joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning, good afternoon to you, Major. This is another attack by the BLA. When do you think that this conflict, this regional dispute will end?
Well, Deepak, as you see the recent developments which have taken place and the momentum of attacks that increased during Op Sindoor, so that is a clear indication of what the Balochistan Liberation Army and Balochistan Liberation Front, and they are getting together along with the help and assistance of Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and to some extent the Taliban of Afghanistan. So they are working together against this CPEC and also trying to get freedom to the Balochistan people because of the mass elimination and ethnic cleansing that has been going on in this area since 2013. Young girls and boys, almost of one generation which was yet to come, has been wiped out. And all the international agencies have been informed about it. The UN is aware of it. The mass graves have been reported to the United Nations and to the other international agencies. Yet there has been no action from anyone. And that is one of the major reasons why the Baloch fighters have picked up arms for their independence. Number two, the plundering of the resources which is going on, at unfathomable explanations. I mean, the amount of rare earth metals which are being mined every day, and the irony is that there has been no employment of the local Baloch people. It is all the Chinese and the Chinese companies and their laborers who are doing this, and the local people of Balochistan have not got any benefit out of these projects, whereas it is supposed to be otherwise. So keeping all this in mind, this is something which is spewed over the years of atrocities and violence that they have suffered. At late night, the armed forces, the frontier corps and the police used to come and harass the local public who used to protest so that they could get jobs. And in protest, anybody used to get injured, used to be later on who they used to go to the hospitals, they were kidnapped, and there were disappearances of individuals and young youth from the hospitals are very grim at the moment. And you see, these instances will only become more common in the coming few months before winter comes in.
Major, how do you assess BLA's operational, capabilities today compared to 5 years ago? They're more organized, they're more armed, and they're more precise in their approach.
See, in the coming years, they have acquired funding and support from foreign agencies, and majority of the faction which has been helping them out is TTP, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. So they've been helping them out in carrying out these attacks. And other than that, you see, when the Taliban's relation with Pakistan went bad, so that is the time when they took a call and they've joined hands with the Taliban so that they can support their operations. So they are getting most of the weapons from Peshawar and the local population which is against the Pakistan forces. Deepak.
Right, Major, thank you for joining me with those insights. Well, that's the latest coming in from Pakistan, where the BLA has claimed responsibility for a remote-controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express near the Ab Gum area of Mach, and this has targeted a section of the railway where personnel were clearing the railway track, and the explosions that were laid there by BLA have killed 4 individuals. Now, let's move on and tell you what's happening as far as the Air India technical snag is concerned, because Air India's flight AI 996 operated by a Boeing 787 aircraft was again cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue, and the cancellation came after all passengers had already boarded for the Dubai to Delhi aircraft. But it seems like this flight has also been cancelled, and this is one among many Air India flights that have faced disruptions over the past few days due to technical and operational issues. And we are awaiting more details as to what the technical snag was as far as this Boeing 787 aircraft is concerned. We also have J. Venkateshwar Rao, an aviation expert, joining us live. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Rao. Air India planes in the last 48 to 72 hours have encountered massive glitches, some of them mid-air, some of them after takeoff, some of them when the aircraft made a pit stop. How do you look at the situation turning out for Air India and most importantly, Boeing?
Let me start by saying that the situation could have been controlled a long time back if proper checks and balances were put in place and if rules were adhered to. Having said that, the delays or the glitches that you find now on the Dreamliner is thanks to the DGCA having woken up now and issued an order on 13th of June, wherein they said that there will be a one-time check before departure of the flight time India with effect from 15/6/2025. Inspection of fuel parameter monitoring and associated system checks. Inspection of cabin air compressor and associated systems. Electronic engine control system test. Engine fuel driven actuator operational test and oil system check. Serviceability check of hydraulic system. Review of takeoff parameters. Now DGCA is admitting that these were the issues that were boggling this aircraft. Now that is for now Boeing to have a look at why these things were happening. There has been a lot of cover-up going on for a long time on these aircrafts. From the time these aircrafts have come to Air India, we've been flagging a lot of issues. I don't know how to put this, but Boeing, when we ordered the aircraft itself, we ordered it when it was on the design stage on the table. Air India was a testing ground for it, and we faced a lot of fluck, both with passengers and the aircraft maintenance. So it is not, this was just a catastrophe waiting to happen. And to be very honest with you, DGCA has always been tweaking the rules, and I have bringing it time and again to the notice of the people that in DGCA, in Air India. In fact, I have also written to the FAA, I've written to EASA, I've written to CASA. Everybody was quiet on this. You see, the problem is when there's an accident or an incident, we all wake up and then it's back to normal or square one, because as long as there is no constant monitoring, this is bound to happen. This is nothing but a domino effect that you're seeing in today.
Well, Mr. Rao, continue to stay on with us, because we also have to take our viewers through the string of air emergencies that were witnessed in the last 2 to 3 days. First, let's talk about the AI-315 aircraft. On June 16th, it was the Hong Kong to Delhi flight that made a dramatic U-turn, and this after a mid-air glitch issue was found. It forced it to make a U-turn. All passengers, however, were safely deboarded. Now let's talk about another incident, which is the Saudi aircraft SV3112. Again, it was from June 16th itself. Air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight. Around 250 pilgrims were coming back, and they found sparks and smokes coming out of the wheels of the plane. Thankfully, the fire personnel intervened and they took stock of the situation. Passengers of the SV3112 disembarked from the plane safely. Now, this is just a couple of incidents, but we'll tell you about the third incident that took place on June 16th itself. Another Delhi to Ranchi plane made a U-turn to Delhi over a technical issue. The technical issue was reported after takeoff from Delhi, and the flight ops resumed only after inspection and clearance. And all of this happened on June 16th. And the very next day, another Air India flight 2493, there was an air scare on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad plane, and the operational issue had delayed the flight. The flight was then cancelled over flight duty time limit. It exceeded the limit, the time limit of the personnel there, so the flight was cancelled. And following that, on the very same day, AI-180, technical snag on San Francisco to Mumbai, which is via Kolkata flight, and the technical snag was reported in the left engine when the plane had already reached Kolkata. And the technical snag delayed the takeoff from Kolkata airport, and the passengers were made to wait for a long time. AI-915, June 17th, again, it was a Delhi to Dubai. Air India 915 flight was again cancelled, and the flight was cancelled from both Delhi and Dubai as well. AI-915 and AI-916, to and fro from Dubai and Delhi, both of them were cancelled. Technical issue in Air India Boeing 787 aircraft. Again, this is that infamous B787 aircraft. And another incident that we have to tell you about is the AI-143. Air India's Delhi to Paris flight was also cancelled, and this because of a hydraulic leak that was reported on, again, another Boeing 787 aircraft. So these are some shocking incidents, a series of aviation scares that have come to the fore. And lastly, let's also tell you what happened on AI-159 on June 17th. The Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London again cancelled. The takeoff was cancelled after a technical snag was reported, and passengers were made to wait, and they faced a lot of inconvenience. Let's again go back to Mr. Venkateshwar Rao to get us more insights. Mr. Rao, I was speaking to a DGCA contact of mine, and he was saying that if one, flight is hit by a technical glitch, there is a series. It's a domino effect that you were talking about. Why is it that every time a plane takes off is when they find a technical glitch? Why can't they do the checks before takeoff?
The flights are scheduled in such a manner that it doesn't get a lot of ground halt. You see, these aircrafts are the workhorses of the company. And they wait for the manual checks. That means the manual provides for checks at certain hours, after certain hours. So they think that if they have complied with that, they've complied with most of it. But that is not a fact. This is a machine. It can develop snags at any given point of time. So those checks have to be done regularly. Now you were mentioning about FDTL. Let me tell you, Air India has been the biggest violator of FDTL, rest period, FTL, and we have been flagging them. We have even taken them to court. All these violations endanger the lives of the passengers. And unfortunately, a company like Tata, I'd like to tell the viewers, I'm second generation Tata. My father was very close to GRD Tata in the aviation field. And he would not have brooked a single breach of rules. But today, and this is mostly due to political interference. And I take responsibility for this statement because I have seen that, officers who violate rules, who break the rules, they are godfathers in the politicians who tell DGCA, don't take action against these people. Like Arnab was talking the other day about 30 lakh rupees fine on a pilot. And understand one thing, that has been paid by the company. The pilot who's violated the rules, nothing has happened to him. Why should the pilot go scot-free? Doesn't he know his job? Doesn't he know his responsibilities? And I have no qualms in taking names, but the issue started in 2008 and 2010 when a lady officer called Harpreet Singh came into flight safety. She had absolutely no respect for the law. She had absolutely no respect for following the rules. And she has been protected, and even today she is protected. In 2023, DGCA itself has found her forging audit reports. She was not even entitled to sign it, but she signed it. This is how brass these people can be. They do it with impunity because nobody is going to take action against them. And this has been happening for quite some time. This lady has been getting away with blue murder. And then she had her whole courtier. Like there was a Captain DX Space who's written to DGCA that if I follow this rule, my company will have a loss. So don't bring in this rule. How can DGCA allow all this to happen? So what you're seeing today is just a domino effect. We were waiting for something, and I have always been forewarning them. Are you waiting for an accident to wake up? And it would appear that even today they haven't woken up as yet, and they're just trying to cover up. And this will only lead to further, unpleasant situations.
That's right, Mr. Rao. Instead of waking up, all we can see is cover-up attempts being done. But what we need to tell our viewers is that all of this points at just one thing, and that is passenger safety is being compromised. And it's time that the airlines and the plane makers wake up and fix these issues before another life is lost. But many thanks, Mr. Rao, for joining us on this broadcast. Let's now move on to an unthinkable praise from Pakistan's parliament. Viewers, a sitting MP has openly admitted that Uttar Pradesh, an Indian state, is economically stronger than Pakistan itself. And the comparison isn't just startling, it's a humiliation for Islamabad and a big nod for Yogi model of governance. A stunning admission has rocked the Pakistani parliament. A sitting MP has praised Uttar Pradesh's economy, saying it's in better shape than Pakistan's entire nation. In a video now viral on social media, the MP says Pakistan's total budget is $62 billion, while Uttar Pradesh alone has a budget of $97 billion.
ये मैं आपको कुछ फैक्ट फिगर देता हूं। पाकिस्तान का टोटल बजट आउटले हमारा 62 बिलियन है, जबकि इंडिया 50 स्टेट से एक स्टेट का बजट आउटले उत्तर प्रदेश का 97 बिलियन है। हमारा टोटल टैक्स रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, हमारा रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, जबकि उत्तर प्रदेश का 80 बिलियन। हमारा टैक्स रेवेन्यू उनके टैक्स रेवेन्यू से 16 बिलियन कम है।
Moving on, viewers, in a significant escalation, Israel conducted airstrikes targeting multiple weapons manufacturing facilities and a centrifuge production site in Iran, with the Israeli Defense Forces stating that 50 Israeli Air Force fighter jets were involved in the operation. And the targeted centrifuge facility used to enrich uranium, and a surface-to-surface missile assembly site was also among the key sites that were struck. Israel has justified the strikes by asserting that the level of uranium enrichment at the facility exceeded what is necessary for civilian use. And this is the justification coming in from Israel after it struck several of Iran's military and nuclear facilities, surface-to-air missile launchers, missile depots, and also these nuclear enrichment, uranium enrichment facilities were also completely bombarded. Israeli jets were unleashed by the Israeli Air Force. Amidst the escalation, around 50 Israeli Air Force fighter jets were involved in this particular operation in targeting the nuclear sites across Iran, and several of its military assets were also reduced to dust. Well, viewers, tensions between Israel and Iran have reached a boiling point as the IDF unleashed a series of powerful airstrikes on Iranian military targets, which we just told you about. And in this explosive compilation, we bring you those 9 shocking videos capturing the sheer scale and intensity of these attacks, from missile-laden drones to precision air raids. These visuals reveal the raw reality of modern warfare and the escalating conflict that's gripping the Middle East.
המטרה נפלה.
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you all the details from Israel as Iran targets a Dimona nuclear plant. Along with that, we'll also tell you about how India has called out Trump's trade deal bluff after Prime Minister Modi makes it very clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
הנה, אפילו. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this Wednesday afternoon. A threat of assassinating Ayatollah Khomeini from the US president. An evacuation ordered immediately of Indian students from Iran. Those are the realities that we are looking at in West Asia this afternoon. I'll bring you all the details on this developing story in just a moment, but as always, let's start this live and breaking bulletin with the headlines. Baloch Liberation Army claims responsibility for remote-controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express train. 4 killed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to US President Donald Trump for 35 minutes. Talks over Pahalgam attack and India's Operation Sindoor. Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi makes it exemplarily clear to Trump that India neither asked nor accepted any foreign mediation. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after passengers had already boarded the plane. Justice Verma writes letter to former Chief Justice of India, refuses to step down. Iran launches fresh barrage of missiles on Israel, targets Dimona nuclear plant. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation continues to be extremely grim in Israel following sirens regarding a hostile aircraft infiltration that was sounded between 9:04 a.m. this morning and 9:19 in the southern Golan Heights, which is in the northern part of Israel. 3 UAVs or drones that were launched towards Israel from Iran were intercepted by the Israeli Air Force. Sirens were sounded in accordance to the protocol at the moment, and the Israeli Defense Forces have confirmed that their Air Force has successfully intercepted 3 unmanned aerial vehicles or drones that are UAVs in the southern Golan Heights region. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is extremely contested territory in the northern part of Israel, and in the Golan Heights, which have always been part of various conflicts and skirmishes with Israel. In perspective, IDF now has notified that 3 unmanned aerial vehicles of Iran were intercepted successfully by the Israeli Air Force in southern Golan Heights. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking as the situation escalates between Israel and Iran at the moment. Mass evacuations are underway from Tehran, including India, bringing back its citizens from there. Many of them had crossed over to Armenia as well. And the barrage of missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles continues from the Iranian side with no respite and no signs of any ceasefire-like situation. In fact, in the last 24 hours, the situation has further deteriorated, with even US President Donald Trump launching direct threats to the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And he's also gone on to say on record that he was in their crosshairs and could have been assassinated. At this stage, the situation continues to remain grim as there is no information yet on a direct attack on US. However, the Iranian barrage of missiles and drones on Israel continues. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking at this point of time. I have my colleague Shavan joining us live from the newsroom with more details on the story. Shavan, more drones intercepted now in the southern Golan Heights. This is also the first notified drone interception in the northern part of Israel, especially in the southern Golan Heights. What's the latest we are picking up in terms of updates?
Well, in fact, let me take you through the details that we have right now from both the countries, beginning with Israel. The Israeli Defense Forces have just put out a statement a short while back saying that they have been able to intercept UAVs. That was around 9 o'clock Israeli time, and this was in South Golan where they were able to intercept. As far as the Iranians are concerned, they say that this is the 11th wave of missile strike that they have essentially carried out. In fact, this time they've also used Fatah missiles that have been used by the Iranians to target multiple military installations in Israel. In fact, this is a list that has been provided by the Iranian Foreign Ministry, which basically includes a number of air bases in Israel, which includes the Al Jalil base, that's the military headquarters in northern Israel, the Haifa port infrastructure that has been targeted. Apart from that, Ovada Air Base, that's the command center and the electronic warfare control hub. The Nevatim Air Base, remember this happens to be the air base which houses the F-35s, that's the F-35 squadrons in the Nevatim Air Base, and of course multiple power plants. Important to point out here that these are claims that have been made by the Iranians. In fact, there is a statement that the IRGC has also put out a short while back stating that their targets remains only those military installations. Both sides have contradicted this, countered this, if I may say so. The Israelis say that their only target right now are the nuclear facilities in Iran. In fact, they're hoping that the United States of America would be drawn into this, and the final lap of the war would be conducted by the United States of America. As far as the Iranians are concerned, they claim that it's not the nuclear facilities that are being targeted or the military installations, it's the civilian areas. In fact, just a short while back, we received a video coming in from the Iranian Foreign Ministry where they have put out details of how a nursing home has been targeted by the Israelis. Now, both sides have made multiple claims. Now, in the fog of war, what's really happening is that there is extensive damage that both the countries have witnessed right now, and there isn't any sight of de-escalation at this point in time, because the Israelis are certainly hoping that President Trump will come on board and they will carry out what they're calling the final lap, and the end of the conflict would be the elimination of the supreme leader himself. But President Trump, remember, last evening has already indicated that the United States of America isn't really planning to eliminate the supreme leader of Iran, at least for now. That's what President Trump has to say. As far as the fighter jets that have moved to the military bases in Europe, multiple US officials who have been quoted by the Western media have indicated that these are defensive positions that have been taken by the forces, the American forces.
Shravan, please stay with us as we are getting more breaking news information coming in, as you rightly pointed out, of the fog of war. However, the first official confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the Iran's foreign ministry that reported that the country's Fatah missiles were significantly enhanced and the precision impact strikes were carried out in the last round of escalation between Israel and Iran. These are hypersonic missiles that were used by Iran last night. That is now the official statement coming in from the Iranian foreign ministry, whose air defense has been completely neutralized by the initial rounds of strikes and cyber assault by Iran. These were visuals from last night and also coming in from previous days in a significant matter of escalations, ladies and gentlemen. The hypersonic missiles of Iran have been weaponized and have been operationalized in this latest bout of escalation between Israel and Iran. That's the latest breaking news update that we are tracking. This hypersonic missile travels apparently at the speed of Mach 13 to 15 and takes only 336 seconds to reach to its target reportedly. That's the big breaking update that is coming in. And as we track these developments very closely, Republic TV is the only network to report from both Israel and Iran. And here is a detailed ground report from a nursing home in Qasr-e-Shirin in the Kermanshah area of Iran. At the same time, this was Iran that was claiming that Israel targeted various medical institutions in the Kermanshah area, starting from the first night of the attack on June 13. Take a look at this report, ladies and gentlemen. From Kermanshah, ladies and gentlemen, where Iran had earlier targeted various strikes, meanwhile getting in fresh footage. This is from an alleged video of Mossad agent captured by Iran. The IRGC claims to have arrested this alleged Mossad agent. These are updates coming in as a crackdown both ensues in Iran as the strikes continue. A lot of citizens have been arrested by Iran as Israel continues to boast about its massive intelligence operation that led to various covert and overt strikes that eliminated most of Iran's military nuclear infrastructure leadership. And this is a video that is now being allegedly released by the Iranians where they claim to have arrested an alleged Mossad agent. Mossad, again, is the intelligence agency of Israel, and this is a video that was released by the Iran's Revolutionary Guard, which also fell prey to a large-scale attack by these intelligence operations and operators. We saw how precision strikes of Israel were driven by detailed intelligence both inside of Tehran and from other party sources, and now the IRGC is claiming to have ensued and started a crackdown on these Mossad agents in Iran, and this is a purported video released by the Iran's Revolutionary Guard of allegedly arresting a Mossad agent. That's the big breaking news update on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is a video that was released by Iran's Revolutionary Guard in particular, which is one of the special forces, the elite guards of Iran, where they claim to have arrested a Mossad agent. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, in a significant escalation, Israel conducted airstrikes targeting multiple weapons manufacturing facilities and centrifuge production sites in Iran, with the Israel Defense Forces stating that nearly 50 Israeli Air Force jets were involved in this operation. The targeted centrifuge facility used to enrich uranium and a surface-to-surface missile assembly site were among the key areas that Israel has claimed to struck. Now, Israel has justified the striking of these locations by asserting that the level of uranium enrichment at these facilities exceeded the necessary amount for civilian use. That has been the claim of Israel since the first night of the attack in Operation Rising Lion on June 13th, where they believed that, along with substantiations and backing from the US president, that Iran was very close to getting weapons-grade enriched uranium that could have created an arsenal of nuclear warheads for the Islamic regime in Iran. I have my colleague Shawan also joining us live on this broadcast. Shawan, the escalation continues for a fifth and almost now a sixth consecutive day, particularly centrifuges now being targeted. Only a couple of days ago, we had the IAEA chief who said that there was no nuclear radiation and centrifuges were not substantially struck. Now, Israel claims to have struck these infrastructure in particular. What's the latest that we are picking up in terms of Israel's ongoing strikes on the nuclear facilities of Iran?
Well, the reasoning that has been provided by the IDF is that this kind of enrichment is not required if it is basically used for civilian purposes, and that is the reason why they believe that this is part of the nuclear program of Iran, and that is the reason why targeting the centrifuges becomes of primary importance, because remember, the pretext of this entire war that has actually broken out is the very fact that Iran has been building their nuclear facilities. In fact, so far, the targets that you have seen, Natanz being one such area where you have a nuclear enrichment facility that has been targeted. But having said that, Fordow happens to be one of the most important, crucial areas, which, remember, the Israelis have completely failed to target. The reason being is that the Israelis do not have the capacity right now to carry out these bunker busters in that very area. That is the reason why they're certainly hoping that the United States of America will basically step in, because it's only the United States of America which has the capability as well as the resource to carry out these bunker boosters, and that can only be done by them, and that's why they're certainly hoping that US will be drawn into this entire picture, and perhaps they would be able to complete what they have essentially started. But remember, US has been absolutely non-committal about this entire issue, because right from the beginning, President Trump has been saying that United States of America does not want to fight a war for others, and that is the reason why they haven't really stepped in. So far, whatever they have essentially done, they've done it as an ally of Israel, and that is the reason why they've been able to help Israel in this barrage of missiles that have been launched by the Iranians. The Iranians, on the other hand, have been maintaining that if at all United States of America is interested in diplomacy, if they're serious about diplomacy, then perhaps the time is ripe that they pick up the phone and speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu and call in for a ceasefire.
Thank you very much, Shawan, for tracking those details. It is extremely crucial to also note that this escalation of Israel continuing to strike centrifuges comes just a couple of days after the IAEA Board of Governors meeting. We'll be closely tracking, ladies and gentlemen, these updates. But meanwhile, here is all that is happening on the war front in West Asia in this quick wrap of stories. The Iran-Israel conflict escalated further as more Iranian missiles were intercepted over Tel Aviv, prompting the Israeli military to launch a series of strikes near Tehran. Israel claims now that the ongoing offensive, which has killed at least 224 people in Iran, is aimed at halting Iran's progress towards developing more nuclear weapons. Rising hostilities in Iran dominated the G7 summit's final discussions. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, hosting the summit, called for de-escalation across the Middle East, urged a ceasefire in Gaza, warning that Iranian crisis igniting a border conflict or a regional conflict can be an issue for the entire region.
G7 leaders also reiterated our commitment to the pursuit of peace and stability in the Middle East. Made clear that Iran is the principal source of regional instability and terror. And we've been consistently clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We urge that the resolution of the Iranian crisis leads to a broader de-escalation of hostilities.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Baloch Liberation Army claims responsibility for remote-controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express once again. 4 killed. We'll be bringing you more details on the Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to technical issue after all passengers were already on board the aircraft. More details on Live and Breaking right after the short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
הנה, נפילות. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further.
And yes, you are maintain passenger level, advise and able for right turn to Hong Kong.
Able right turn right now in 315.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As US President Donald Trump has now made some very controversial statements in the latest on the Israel-Iran conflict, he has sparked an intense debate. What does he mean when he says he wants the conflict to come to, quote, a complete end, and how it might impact the entire region? Explore the implications of Trump's words and the potential path towards peace or stability in the entire region. Here's a detailed report.
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get it better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely. Is that okay too?
Are you close there? Are you possible? Is that possible in the next 24 months?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah. Doing pretty well. Right now we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Iran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. We have great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better,
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
And were you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate.
Yeah, you posted.
Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to US President Donald Trump for nearly 35 minutes. Talks over Pahalgam attack and India's Operation Sindoor. Also coming up next, Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical glitch after passengers were already on board that aircraft. What happened? More details following in on Live and Breaking. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
הנה, אפילו. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबां कैसी?
Ini filo. Wow, bebate zikuk.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. NHRC 157, say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back in Hong Kong.
You can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles, but all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran showed towards Israel. This is what Iran doing. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 1 p.m. this Wednesday afternoon. Our top story continues to remain that it has been 6 days since the unfortunate crash of AI-171 in Ahmedabad. However, technical snags have repeatedly halted various flights of Air India. Now there is operational security concern, and sources say that DGCA might even ask Air India to scale back its operations. I'll bring you all the details on those stories in just a moment, but as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Baloch Liberation Army claims responsibility for remote-controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express train. 4 people killed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to US President Donald Trump for close to 35 minutes. Talks over Pahalgam attack and India's Operation Sindoor. Trump's trade deal bluff officially called out. Prime Minister Narendra Modi makes it exemplarily clear that India has neither accepted nor will accept any foreign mediation. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to technical issue after all passengers were already boarded. Justice Verma writes a letter to former Chief Justice of India, refuses to step down. Iran launches fresh barrage of missiles on Israel, targets Dimona nuclear plant. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, big breaking news update coming in the Air India security lapses story. Top sources from the Director General of Civil Aviation or the DGCA say that DGCA is likely to ask Air India to reduce the flight operations by close to 30%. It comes after big technical snags have been found in most Boeing aircrafts of Air India in the past few days. Regulator orders Air India to fix the snags first and go through thorough inspection. These are sources from the DGCA that indicate that Air India can even be asked to reduce its operations by close to 30%, a very drastic reduction in the fleet's operational capability if true, because there were various technical snags that have been back-to-back reported, in particularly to the wide-body aircraft fleet of the Boeing manufacturer in the last 3 to 4 days, as we have seen. And now DGCA sources indicating that in fact Air India could be asked to scale back its flight ops by 30%, which is a very significant reduction. I have my colleague Harsha who is leading the coverage on this story. Harsha, what's the latest that you're tracking up from your sources within the DGCA on a potential scale back of operations for Air India on the cards?
Yes, Krutat, you rightly pointed out, and yesterday there was a very important meeting which was called by DGCA, where all the Air India and Air India Express officials were called virtually to have a meeting. We very well know that the engineering head was also called, and right now from the sources which we have got to know is that now the Air India operation will reduce by 30%. The regulator has strictly asked Air India to reduce their flight operation by 30% because of the emerging technical snags continuously and on most of their Boeing 787 fleet in the past continuation in the in last 5 days, we have seen how there have been multiple technical snags emerging in the international flight and domestic flight as well. And keeping in mind that inspections are not being done, the equipment fixing is not being done, the regulator has clearly stated Air India that this is the high time until this inspection will not be done. The 30% flight and aircraft will be grounded, they'll be halted, they'll be put at isolation bay or at the MRO division until unless the spot checks are not done, inspections are not done, the equipments are not fixed. Air India will not be allowed to fly with the maximum capacity. They have to reduce their flight operation by 30%. This is the very big which we are learning. We can say that's a very big step and first strict action against Air India which the regulator has taken since the time of the plane crash. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Harsha, for tracking those details. Stay with us as I am also being joined by Captain Ehsan Khalid, who's a veteran pilot, also joining us live on this broadcast with more details. Captain Ehsan, my first question to you, who will be joining us soon on just a moment on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, as we are closely tracking the developments coming in, that DGCA sources perhaps indicate that Air India could be asked to scale back significantly its flight operations, as close to 30%. That is what the sources are telling Republic, and this is after multiple lapses that have been reported in the Boeing aircrafts, the wide-body fleet. Captain Ehsan joins us live on the broadcast. Sir, this is very unprecedented if it happens, in fact, because when fleets are grounded, it is usually a make or a model particularly, and these groundings, as we have seen in the past on 787's case, the FAA had in fact announced a global grounding of aircrafts, but DGCA particularly asking Air India to scale back its operation. Does it point out to several MRO faults or several safety standard protocols which are very specific and niche to Air India's case at the moment, that DGCA would perhaps ask it to scale back operations? Do you see this happening?
Good afternoon. First of all, I am not privy whether DGCA has asked to scale operations of Air India or not. It is our conjecture that it may. The number of incidents that has increased over last 2-3 days is probably just an indication of anxiety level on the part of engineers, operators, pilots, and everyone put together, because right now we do not have the exact information as to what made the aircraft go down. Therefore, each and everything is being looked at from the microscopic angle. That could explain why we are having more than the normal kind of a snag, and each snag is also being now in the scanner of the media too. Coming back to the fact that scaling down of operations of Air India or the fleet, I think it is right to happen only after we know what has happened. Okay, we might be actually barking at the wrong tree. If it was a, let's say, software issue, then it has nothing to do with maintenance, it has nothing to do with Air India practices, while all these can improve a lot. Okay. Well, we have to agree that Air India, the best chance for Air India to revive is Tata companies. If Tata cannot revive it, cannot make it better, then this airline has no more future. And is there a way to shut down the operations of 30%? I don't know. That will further, actually what will happen is when you do that, there is more pressure that you put in onto the operations and commercial, and there would be cracks developing there. So any knee-jerk reaction like this, 30% down, 50% here, not there, is going to actually be shown. Because you see,
Captain Ehsan, just stay with us for a moment. I'm also getting in a fresh breaking news update, and I'll just come to you right back after the second. Sorry to interrupt you. Ladies and gentlemen, flight AI 2491 from Mumbai to Lucknow has been cancelled due to operational constraints. That's the latest update that we are tracking related to the flight crew's duty time regulations. Now, this is a new factor that has now entered into the latest spate of cancellations of Air India. Despite efforts in arranging an alternate route, the flight could not be operated, resulting in significant delays and eventual cancellation of both onward sector and the return sector. Amidst the disruption, some passengers also expressed their frustrations, leading to damage to the aircraft cabin and deployment of emergency chute through the overweight exit. The Central Industrial Security Force was also present at the site to maintain the order. I have my colleague Harsha, who's live from the newsroom with more details on the story. Harsha, what's the latest?
So Krutar, this was the yesterday flight Bombay to Lucknow. It was scheduled to depart from Bombay at around 6:55 in the evening, but multiple times the passengers were allowed to board and deboard. It happened thrice. The passengers were first asked to board the plane, then they were asked to deboard the plane, and passengers got very frustrated because there was a crew constraint in this particular airline. What we got to know that the crew denied operating because of their time limitation. The crew twice denied that they won't be operating in this particular airline because of the time constraint. The duty has already exceeded, and that was not communicated to passengers. Multiple times they boarded and deboarded, and finally at the end the flight got cancelled, and we saw there was a immense unrest and frustration among the passengers. The passenger had to open the chute and the overwing exit of this particular aircraft. The aircraft couldn't fly yesterday from Bombay to Lucknow, and the passengers had to cancel their flight, and also till now no rescheduling of this particular Bombay to Lucknow flight has been done by Air India. That means the passengers who yesterday couldn't fly from Bombay to Lucknow till now have not flown from Bombay to Lucknow in this particular aircraft because of the crew constraint and because of the frustration, and they damaged the interiors of the aircraft as well. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Harsha, for the details. Captain Ehsan also continues to remain with us on the broadcast. Captain Ehsan, my question to you would be, in this case, we have seen in repeated cases, particularly concerning Air India at the moment, where people have been struck on aero bridges or people have been asked to deboard and reboard again. Inside the aircraft also, there have been significant delays once the boarding has taken place. What is the protocol under such circumstances, and why are these instances repeatedly happening with Indian Airlines, in particular Air India in this case, sir?
Okay, like I said, that, this is the anxious moment for Air India, for all commercial pilots, operations, everyone put together. But the more anxiety we create by talking, is Air India good, bad, the passengers are more anxious, so they would become more furious also in case there are delays. India is a very strange country as of now, where we are the demand for aviation resources is overstripping the supply side. And so the delays are there. In this particular case, like we just saw that, the pilot cancelled the flight due to flight time FDTL, that is flight duty time limitation. Okay, passengers don't understand what FDTL is. Okay, FDTL, and pilot says my duty is over, I will go back. Passenger says, oh, I paid for it, and then you are going back. How come? They don't understand that if the pilot was on duty and then the technical delays happened, or the aircraft came in late, and the pilot has now already been on duty for more than 10 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours, depending upon whatever the roster is, they can't operate beyond that. And if they operate beyond that, then they are tired and fatigued. So what? Passengers would say, if they are fatigued, even we are fatigued. No. When a pilot is fatigued, then his reaction time is definitely more than 4 seconds. And that being compromised, he or she will not be able to operate the aircraft safely, where a malfunction or an emergency desires them to be reactive in 4 seconds. Okay, so that being so, but passengers, I understand, no amount of educating on media and etc. can change the people's psyche. Well, FDTL is understood that, pilot says, I'll go and rest. No, it is not because he wants to rest, because he wants to be fit. Pilot is like a machine, and it is not designed to work at full efficiency for endless duty period. Coming back to shortage of manpower and pilots in India, there is a huge shortage. There is a huge demand that is the upsurge. Why can't there be a pilot who can replace? Because, of course, Lucknow is not the base where Air India puts the pilots. So if there is a delay and that causes the flight duty time limitations to be exceeded, then now it's a very big thing. Why boarding and offboarding? Well, now they're just trying to juggle it out that, okay, now the weather is clear, or now the technical snag will be cleared. Let's board it so that there is no more delay. But they realize that, no, it's not going to happen, and why keep them on board? Will bring it down. We have to understand that it's not by design that people want to frustrate the pilot or the passengers. Okay, the circumstances as of now is very anxious. So number one thing, okay, we must have an official statement from the preliminary official statement, what went wrong. That will bring down a lot of anxiety. And when that thing comes down, then there would be much lesser reporting of snags for everything. Now, it's not at all to suggest that, now is the time when pilots are not accepting any snag. To give you an example, I go to the aircraft and I find one bulb is not working. It may be a lav bulb or something, lavatory bulb. Okay. I would accept it for all my flying career and write it that this bulb needs to be replaced. But right now, when there is an electrical problem being discussed,
yes, sir,
and the cabin crew says that, that light is flickering, I said, oh, stop. Let the engineer look at it. You understand?
Indeed, Captain Hassan, but the concerns here in this particular case of the Lucknow flight, 3 times passengers being asked to board and deboard and then forced to exit the aircraft from the overwing exit are some things that are not as normal or trivial as we would have seen in the past. I thank you at this point of time for your detailed insights on the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to more details coming in where Air India's flight operations, particularly AI 996, operated by the Boeing 787 aircraft, was cancelled in Dubai. But it is not the only incident that has happened in the last 3 to 4 days that we have seen. Multiple flights have been cancelled, and I have a detailed explainer on the 8 major instances that we have seen in the last few days. If you take a look at this, AI 315 on June 16th was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi flight, which made a U-turn. Now, what was the reason for making this entire U-turn? It was a mid-air glitch, which forced the flight to return back from Hong Kong. Now, this was happening about 3 to 4 days ago on June 15th, 16th, beg your pardon. All passengers were safely deboarded. However, this was an entire sequence in which the pilots refused to, in fact, carry on with the flight and they were asked to come back. This was SV3112 on June 16th, which was Saudi Arabia flight. It was an air scare on the Jeddah flight, which was on the Lucknow flight route. And while making a landing there were some issues and sparks and smokes were seen from the plane's forward landing gear. And there were some issues which were pointed out, following which even this international airline, the Saudi Arabia Airlines, was also found with a technical glitch. Now, moving on to more updates that were coming in, all the passengers safely disembarked in this flight in particular. However, another serious landing gear concern was already brought up in this case. Now, this was a Delhi to Ranchi Air India flight, which was again on June 16th, where the plane had to make a U-turn to Delhi over another technical issue. Now, what are the details of these technical issues are something that are not yet made privy to the people and have been reported to the DGCA perhaps. But these technical issues were reported soon after takeoff from Delhi, which shows that perhaps there were some concerns with the pilots when they took off and they felt that they could no longer carry on and they had to return back to Delhi. The flight ops resumed after inspection and clearance, which also shows that there was perhaps some maintenance concern or perhaps some mechanical fault that the pilots might have found out, which is why they did not feel safe enough to continue that flight. This is another flight, AI 2493 on June 17th. Now, this air scare from the Mumbai-Ahmedabad plane was something that again repeated itself on the Ahmedabad circuit. This one was, there was an operational issue which led to the delay of the flight on June 17th. Following which, when further details were gotten, the flight was cancelled over an FDTL issue, another technical issue that was faulted between the Mumbai and Ahmedabad Air India flight. Now, on June 17th, AI 180, a technical snag on board a long-haul flight, San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata. It was a very premier, important route of Air India. This flight also experienced some technical snags which were reported in the left engine. Now, the engines of the Boeing 787 airliner were extremely under focus because of the AI 171 crash, supposedly which happened because of the stalling of the aircraft because of issues in both the engines. Now, this technical snag also led to delay of the takeoff from Kolkata. And this was a long-haul flight from Kolkata, Mumbai and San Francisco that was on June 17th. Now, on June 17th again, AI 915, Delhi to Dubai flight. Now, this flight was also cancelled. What was the reason of cancelling this flight? Well, it cancelled from both Delhi and Dubai. And subsequently, when investigation was done as to what was the initial cause, a technical issue in the Air India's B787 aircraft was once again found. The same Boeing 787 fleet, which has also been one of which perhaps the pilots have been extremely critical about in the past few days, about the safety of operating these flights, and multiple of them have been cancelled in the past few days. AI 143, June 17th, Air India's Delhi to Paris flight also experienced the same fate. It was delayed and subsequently cancelled. There was a hydraulic leak reported in the Boeing's, again, 787 aircraft. Now, these are concerns that have repeatedly come in, and the most important one and the last one in this entire flight is AI 159 on June 17th, Air India's flight from Ahmedabad to London, the very same route on which AI 171 was flying. This flight, takeoff was cancelled because, again, another technical snag was reported on the same route on which that unfortunate crash took place on June 12th. And the takeoff was cancelled after a technical snag was reported on June 17th. That was just 5 days after the AI 171 crash. That was the AI 159, which was renamed on that sector from AI 171 to 159. So those are some of the concerns about Air India's operational safety that have been mapped out in the last few days, and now DGCA sources perhaps tell us that it could ask Air India to significantly scale back its operations. Listening to these reactions that are coming in from Ahmedabad first on what are the concerns regarding flight safety there at the moment after that unfortunate crash.
मैनेजमेंट है ना वो सही नहीं है, इसीलिए पैसेंजर को तकलीफ हो रहा है। मैं 2 दिन से आके मेरा रिलेशन के घर में रहा हूँ। कल इधर आया, फिर वापस गया मेरा रिलेशन घर में, फिर आज आया, फिर डिले हो गया। तो हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा है एयरलाइंस के कि आप अच्छी तरह से मैनेजमेंट करो, हम आपके साथ हैं। क्योंकि टाटा कंपनी है, हमारी इंडियन कंपनी है और इंडियन के लिए उसने दिया हुआ है, इसीलिए मैं खुश हूँ। लेकिन ये पब्लिक के जो परेशानी है वो कुछ दूर होएगा तो हम उसके लिए रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं।
कल भी मेरी फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई थी, मैं बहुत परेशान हुई थी। कल भी 1 बजे की थी, बाद में डिले की 3 बजे की और बाद में वो कैंसिल हुई। और वो लोग ताज में स्टे देने वाले थे, बट वो भी फिक्स टाइम नहीं था कब देने वाले थे। और आज भी ऐसा है, मॉर्निंग 11:40 की थी फ्लाइट, अभी 2:45 की हुई, अभी 3 बजे की हुई है। अभी आज भी कैंसिल होगी या नहीं पता नहीं, बहुत परेशान हुए ऐसे। हमने तो बोला था कि हमको रिफंड कर दो ऐसा कुछ, बट वो लोग कुछ नहीं कर रहे, हमारा सुन ही नहीं रहे कुछ।
कल भी आए थे, कल भी 5,000 हुआ, आज भी 10,000 हुआ। ऐसा तो थोड़ी हरोज हो सकता है। इसलिए हम कंपनी को वही बोलना चाहते हैं कि फ्लाइट डिले हो तो पहले से इन्फॉर्म करिए।
Moving on, viewers, to other stories that we're tracking for you. Strong letter sent by Justice Verma to former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna. Justice Verma refused to resign. He refused to step down. Justice Verma says he has been denied personal hearing in-house committee. Justice Verma has defended himself, and we'll get you more on that. And that's the big update we have right now, viewers. One of the biggest judicial scandals that has in the history of the country. And Justice Verma, meanwhile, stays defiant. Justice Verma, it's a strong letter in strong words, but Justice Verma, he has sent he had written to former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, refusing to step down. And we have our Executive Editor for Legal Affairs, and we have Rhythm joining us. Rhythm, tell us more details about this letter by Justice Verma. And clearly, what we understand is that he continues to defend himself, and he is defiant, and he refuses to step down.
That's right. This letter was written on the 6th of May. This is a letter that was sent to former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna. This was a letter in which he says and attacks the in-house committee report as fraud. He defends himself, saying that this was a false committee that was set up and it was not giving him time to be hearing. The background of this report is clear that in the May 4th letter, the former Chief Justice of India told Justice Verma that he is satisfied with the conclusion of the in-house committee. The in-house committee on the 3rd of May had said there was unaccounted cash that was found in the storeroom at Justice Verma's official residence. This letter then advised Justice Verma, the former Chief Justice of India told him, you either resign or take voluntary retirement within 48 hours. Justice Verma attacked Justice Khanna's letter, and he said, I don't appreciate the fact that you told me to take voluntary retirement within 48 hours. I am extremely sad at the process that is being followed. You will appreciate I have served the institution for more than 11 years. He said, respectfully note that at no point during the inquiry was I informed of this committee's tentative views. Even after finding of serious misconduct, he says, an advice was rendered. In another case, Justice Sen was granted time to examine the report. Then he says, I'm confident that you will keep this report confidential. And finally, he says that the fundamental unfairness of the procedure adopted is flawed, and therefore this finding is flawed. So essentially what he's trying to do is attack the 3-judge inquiry committee that was set up. He's trying to attack the findings reflected in the report. And finally, Justice Verma says, no, I'm not going to step down, because if I step down, then it shows that I am agreeing with the contents of this report.
Right. Thank you so much, Rhythm, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Now, an unthinkable praise from Pakistan's parliament. Sitting MP admitted that Uttar Pradesh, the Indian state, is economically stronger than Pakistan itself. The comparison isn't just startling, it's a humiliation for Islamabad and a big nod to Yogi's model of governance and, of course, development.
A stunning admission has rocked the Pakistani parliament. A sitting MP has praised Uttar Pradesh's economy, saying it's in better shape than Pakistan's entire nation. In a video now viral on social media, The MP says Pakistan's total budget is $62 billion, while Uttar Pradesh alone has a budget of $97 billion.
ये मैं आपको कुछ फैक्ट्स फिगर देता हूं। पाकिस्तान का टोटल बजट आउटले हमारा 62 बिलियन है, जबकि इंडिया 50 स्टेट से एक स्टेट का बजट आउटले उत्तर प्रदेश का 97 बिलियन है। हमारा टोटल टैक्स रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, हमारा रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, जबकि उत्तर प्रदेश का 80 बिलियन। हमारा टैक्स रेवेन्यू उनके टैक्स रेवेन्यू से 16 बिलियन कम है।
All right, time for a short break, viewers. But on the other side, what's happening in West Asia, we're going to update you with that. Iran launches fresh barrage of missiles on Israel, targets Dimona nuclear plant. And Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi makes it clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Trump's bluff has been called out.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रेगुलेट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी जो हत्यारे हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रेगुलेट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात होटल करवा दें।
After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers had already boarded. Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi makes it clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Justice Verma writes letter to former Chief Justice of India, refuses to step down. Iran launches fresh barrage of missile on Israel, targets the Dimona nuclear plant. And Baloch Liberation Army claimed responsibility for remote controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express train in which 4 were killed on the 16th of June. Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Dr. Samisha with you. We start with the updates coming in from West Asia as the situation is only escalating. Israel has conducted airstrikes targeting multiple weapons manufacturing facilities and a centrifuge production site in Iran, with Israel Defense Forces stating that 50 Israeli Air Force fighter jets were involved in operation. The targeted centrifuge facility used to enrich uranium and a surface-to-surface missile assembly site were among the key sites struck. So 50 Israeli jets hit military targets in Iran, and Israel has justified the strikes by asserting that the level of uranium enrichment at the facility exceeded what is necessary for civilian use. So that's the breaking news we have right now. 50 Israeli jets hitting military targets in Iran, and this is the breaking news we have right now. And this is Operation Rising Lion of Israel, and satellite images also reveal the damage at the nuclear facility and missile bases of Iran as well. So that's the breaking news we are getting in right now. Iran also, in fact, there have been a war of words. Donald Trump has been saying a lot of things, saying that there should be immediate unconditional surrender by the what we understand, it's been interpreted as he's trying to send out a message to the Iranian regime. He's trying to send out a message to Ayatollah Khamenei. In fact, US says that we very well know where Khamenei is hiding, and we're not going to kill him. That's what they say. They're trying to say that they should surrender, they should give up their nuclear facilities and the uranium enrichment facilities. That is what is the goal. That's what is being said. Ariela Rosenthal, Director of International Relations at Ashdod Municipality, is joining us from Ashdod of Israel. Now, Ariela, we are of course continuing to track more updates. The situation is only escalating. If we see now in the latest, Israel has conducted military airstrikes, 50 airstrikes. In 50 military targets at least have been hit, what we understand. But when Donald Trump says that we know where Ayatollah Khamenei is hiding, and we're not going to kill him, what is he trying to say?
Well, the U.S., Israel's best ally, as we heard here via the communication sources, that Trump it's outlining that he will not accept Iran to be a nuclear country. So I can only presume that the U.S. will join Israel, since everybody understands that Israel is not only defending to preserve its security and its very existence, but at the same time, the Lion's operation is contributing and will in the near future to a safer and more stable Middle East, and preventing Iran from becoming a nuclear country.
Right. And if we talk about what's happening as far as the firefighting is concerned, what is the latest that you are picking up from Israel?
Well, currently we are still continuing the operation in Iran. On terms of the home front, we are, of course, listening to the home front guidelines. Last night, I can tell you, we woke up due to sirens at least twice. Thank God there was no devastation, but thousands of missiles have been launched to kill and destruct the state of Israel without defining military targets and just targeting civilians. There were diplomats that have been hit also, and there's lots of destructions. throughout the country. So this is the real difference between Israel and Iran. Israel is only targeting military plants, whereas the Iranian regime is launching missiles, ballistic missiles, on human and dense populations of the country of Israel.
Right, and we've seen warnings coming in from the Israeli Defense Minister yesterday also, and we understand that some nuclear facilities have also been targeted in the latest by Israel as well. And what will be the next step of action as far as the Operation Rising Lion is concerned? Because, no matter what Trump says, even Netanyahu has made it very clear that, even Khamenei is not off limits.
Of course, Israel cannot and will not accept the current situation where the Iranian regime will be with the nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles headed by nuclear defenses. This will not be accepted by the state of Israel. My Prime Minister Netanyahu has made it clear that when he says they will not be with nuclear weapons, they will not be. And this is why they arose the Lion operations and the Rising Lion, and I'm sure that my country will, if it has to, will target all military and all facilities who are continated with the Iranian regime.
I just request you to stay on with us. We're just bringing our viewers this report on the latest tensions that have been only on a boiling point now. They're reaching a boiling point now, and the Israeli Defense Forces unleashing a series of powerful airstrikes on Iranian military targets. And in this compilation, we are bringing you the 9 shocking videos that capture the sheer scale and intensity of the attacks, from the missile-laden drones to the precision air raids.
המטרה נפלה. אגב, המטרה נפלה.
right, we have breaking news coming in. Iranian Foreign Ministry has reported that the country's Fateh missile has significantly enhanced the precision and impact of strikes since the 8th round of attacks. So Iran has unleashed Fateh missile in retaliation. That's the breaking news we have right now. Iranian strikes hitting Israeli targets on your screens. This is the video from Tel Aviv. And this is the Fateh missile that takes 336 seconds to reach its target, reportedly evading interception also through frequent course changes and radar wave blocking. So there you have. This is Operation True Promise 3 of Iran. And you can see the Iranian strikes at Tel Aviv, on Tel Aviv. So as we track those developments very closely, Republic TV is the only channel live from both Israel and Iran. Here's a ground report from the nursing home in Qasr-e-Shirin in Kermanshah. This after Iran claimed that Israel targeted medical institutions as well. Okay, we have some more breaking news coming in right now from West Asia following the sirens regarding a hostile aircraft infiltration that was sounded between 9:04 and 9:19 in the southern Golan Heights. 3 UAVs that were launched towards Israel from Iran were intercepted by the Israeli Air Force. Sirens were sounded in accordance with the protocol. And this is the update we have, the Golan Heights there. This is the breaking news we have right now. The sirens regard 3 UAVs that were launched towards Israel from Iran were intercepted by the Israeli Air Force. So from both sides we see there is a sign of only escalation and sirens blaring in Israel, sirens blaring in Tehran, in Israel. Also, barrage of missiles fired by Iran on Tel Aviv. And now another video that we are getting in right now, and we are breaking this for you, is that fresh footage of alleged video of Mossad agent being captured. That's what we are breaking next. This is another breaking news. We can go ahead with that breaking. This is an alleged video of Mossad agent being captured. The IRGC claims to have arrested a Mossad agent. That's the update we are getting in right now. Remember, yesterday Iran had also claimed that it has hit the Mossad headquarters, and there you have this video, this permitted video. Allegedly, this is a Mossad agent that has been captured by Iran. Mossad, the spy agency of Israel, the intel agency, and there you have this man who has been pinned down. And Iran claims that this is a Mossad agent that has been arrested by the Iranian authorities amidst the escalation. There you have, he has been pinned down to the ground, and this is how he has been arrested. This is a big escalation, of course, coming in right now. Iran claimed that a Mossad agent has been arrested, and many such claims have been made by by Iran. In fact, 2 days ago, there was also news of an Iran executing a Mossad agent. That was the update we are getting right now. So Tehran says they've arrested a Mossad agent and they have made there's several charges against him as well. So that's the breaking news we are getting in right now. This is the video, a dramatic arrest of a Mossad agent captured on a camera. And the fact that Iran has released a video of this sends out a big message from Iran. And, there is a reason why they have released this video claiming that this is a Mossad agent that they have arrested. And this is, of course, another... this could be a setback to Israel if at all it's true, if the claims are true. And this is the update we're getting in right now. Yesterday we saw how Iran had also claimed that it has attacked via the airstrikes. It has attacked the intel center, the military intel center of Israel, and also the Mossad headquarters. And now we see that how Iran is claiming the arrest of a Mossad agent in that video. And such news, many such agents have been also apprehended by Iran. This was coming in earlier. These are the updates that were coming in earlier as well. But this is on camera, viewers, as Iran claims to have captured, or rather arrested, this Mossad spy, Mossad agent. And that's the breaking news we're getting in right now. And with that, we're showing you some videos one by one about the IDF strikes. This is about what happened in Tehran. IDF striking Iranian missile launch pads. This is video number 1 released by Israel Defense Forces. And the Iron Dome in this video, the second video, we see that Iron Dome intercepting missiles coming in from Tehran. Iran, of course, firing ballistic missiles. Yesterday, it also fired a hypersonic missile. And that's what's been the most talked about last evening. And this is the video of Israel's Iron Dome intercepting one of them. And of course, this is a dramatic arrest of the Mossad agent. This is Iran's claims. We do not take responsibility of, or we do not take any responsibility of the authenticity right now of this video. This is released by Iran, and a video by Iran claiming the arrest of a spy, of a Mossad spy. A video showing Iranian missile attack on Tel Aviv. There you have. This is the video from last night, where Iranians' ballistic missile struck Tel Aviv, and that massive explosion captured on camera. Of course, this has terrified the people around, even those who are capturing that. The escalation continues, and Iran also fired the hypersonic missile at Israel, Fateh-1. That gets past even the most advanced missile defense systems like the Iron Dome. In fact, my colleague Krutat is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Krutat, tell us more about if there are any details coming in on the video released by Iran as they claim that they have arrested a Mossad agent.
And more breaking visuals coming in from Iran, ladies and gentlemen, as we track the escalation between Israel and Iran. These are explosions being reported from various parts of Iran. The first visual that will be on your screen in just a moment is an explosion coming in from the Ardabil Industrial Park of the Keshwar Square in Iran. Severe escalations coming in, as Republic is the only network tracking in exclusive visuals from both Israel and Iran as the escalation continues for a 6th consecutive day. And these are breaking visuals that are coming in at this moment, this afternoon at 1:47 p.m. As we track the updates coming in from Israel and Iran, this is the visual on your screen. That is an explosion in the Ardabil Industrial Park area of the Keshwar Square in Iran. There you can see also on your screen is an Israeli Hermes 900 reconnaissance drone. It is a combat drone that is flying all over Kermanshah. Remember, Kermanshah is a province in the southwestern part of Iran. It is also a site at which there are multiple missile launchers that are there at a hillside base, which is a major ballistic missile launch capability base right there. And you can see Iran Iran's airspace being violated again by the Israeli reconnaissance drone. That is apparently, as per reports, Israeli Hermes 900 reconnaissance drone, which is on a reconnaissance mission over the skies, dominating the skies over Kermanshah. Now the visual on your screen is also from the Keshwar Square in Iran, where the explosions are being reported in the Ardabil Industrial Park area. Huge plumes of smokes rising in from the industrial park in Iran, in Keshwar Square. It is a major place of manufacturing capability of Iran, which has also been hit there in the industrial park, and very dramatic visuals coming in as for a 6th consecutive day. Heavy barrage of Israeli air domination continues in various parts of Iran indiscriminately. It was a couple of days ago that the Israeli Air Force had asserted that it has complete domination of airspace in western Iran, all the way up to the outskirts of Tehran. And the next visuals that will be coming on your screen in just a moment will be of the Parchin military complex in Tehran. I'll get to that visual in just a moment, but these are visuals coming in from the Keshwar Square in the Ardabil Industrial Park area of Iran. There you can see huge plumes of smokes rising because there was a massive strike that was done here. Just moments ago, we also saw over the Kermanshah area, where a major military missile base of Iran is also located. There were reconnaissance drones. The Hermes 900 flagship reconnaissance drones of Israel, were also dominating the skies and scanning for more targets. And this is a fire that is reported from the Keshwar Square in Iran. More breaking updates coming in as we look at more visuals coming in from Iran. Republic, the only network reporting these visuals live and first. These are shots coming in from an Iranian military complex on the outskirts of Tehran. This is the Parchin military complex in Tehran. These are live visuals also from Kermanshah in Iran. So you see complete annihilation of the missile launch capabilities. This also comes just hours after Iran claimed to have launched cruise missiles for the first time on Israel. A massive escalation. And now Israel is upping the ante with direct attacks and strikes on various parts. We saw just 3 days ago, also when the Operation Rising Lion started, that the air defense radars of Iran were targeted heavily by Israel, and the entire western part of Iran, as claimed by the IDF, is left without any air defense cover. Israel has complete air superiority in this entire vast swathe of land, and we are seeing continuous visuals coming in of a barrage of strikes and missiles as Israel is continuing to escalate the conflict with Iran this afternoon. More plumes of smoke rising. The industrial parks have been targeted. In Kermanshah, we have also seen how missile facilities have been targeted, and now more visuals coming in of a military base on the outskirts of Tehran, where the Pashtun military base is also something that has been directly hit by the Israelis. Those are breaking visuals coming in a massive escalation in the West Asian theater. Israel is not giving up. The Hermes 900 reconnaissance drones are flying all over Kermanshah and are identifying various targets, and plumes of smoke continue to rise. Back to the studio.
Right, Kruta, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in. Republic TV closely is tracking those details on the situation in West Asia. Meanwhile, the other big story that we're tracking is what's happening with Air India. Well, it's facing action finally, and we'll get you more after multiple technical snags. Air India has been ordered to reduce flight operation by 30%, and in fact, as we speak about the action, another Air India flight has been cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after passengers had boarded the flight. We'll get you more on that. Don't go anywhere.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
This is pre-planned, and Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
देखेंगे कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रेगुलेट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी भी जो विद्यालय है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रेगुलेट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात
This instruction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that the delegations, they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. And we started off from the Balochistan parking lot where they had kept the scooties. Then we had moved on to a place about 3 to 4 kilometers from Waisadong parking lot, whereby they had stopped to take photographs, and there was an attempt in that place, but it was not peaceful because Raja started off his bike, and so they had to move on. And they had stopped about 200 meters away from the Waisadong parking lot. There only photographs were taken, but attempt was not made in that point. We finally came to the Waisadong parking lot where the scooties were kept. We ascertained where the scooties were kept. We had ascertained where Raja was standing. We had taken to replay the whole thing. We had taken one of our personnel from the fire and emergency services as Raja to replay the role of Raja. We have ascertained what was the position just before the murder, who was standing where, and how the blow took place. So 3 blows took place. The first blow was by Vishal, alias Vicky. The second blow was by Anand, and the last blow was by Akash.
On Prime Time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your Prime Time starts here.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get it better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely.
Is that okay too? Are you close there? Is that possible? Is that possible in the next 24?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah, doing pretty well right now. We're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Iran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. You're great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better,
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate.
Yeah, you posted.
Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, three men.
You can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles, but all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. This is what Iran doing. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Our top focus remains on the back-to-back air incidents that Air India has been facing. They have faced the DGCA action as well. Other headlines that we're tracking is the global headline on what's happening in the G7 summit, also the Israel-Iran conflict. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce operations by 30%. Air India flight cancellation in Dubai due to technical issue after all passengers had already boarded the flight. Donald Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi makes it clear to Donald Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Justice Verma writes a letter to former Chief Justice of India, refuses to step down. Iran launches fresh barrage of missiles on Israel, targets Dimona nuclear plant. Baloch Liberation Army claims responsibility for remote-controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express train that had killed 4. We start this edition with the top focus story. Now, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a telephonic conversation with the United States President Donald Trump, which lasted approximately 35 minutes. Now, during the conversation, Prime Minister Modi makes it amply clear to the United States President that India neither asked nor accepted any foreign mediation. First up, let's listen in to what the Foreign Secretary had to say.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया।
Joining us on the broadcast is retired Major General K.K. Sinha. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic. First and foremost, how do you see this statement that has been given by the Foreign Secretary panning out? And this comes after there was huge uproar as well about why did Donald Trump mediate an Indian issue, that to an issue that was related to Pakistan. And now that the Prime Minister has made very clear that India neither accepted nor will do in future any foreign mediation. How do you see this statement turning out?
Tanisha, Jai Hind and good afternoon. You asked me how I see this statement has come from Foreign Secretary Ministry. I think it's a great statement, and it clarifies all doubt, all clouds, and what are the discussion in India it is going on. I think, it is amply clear. I think you and everyone, majority of Indians were absolutely clear what happened, after 22nd of April. On 22nd of April, what, Foreign Secretary has brought it out. It is the first time when the Trump has spoken to Modi, and that also after the incident at Pahalgam. Only condolences and that exchange has taken place. And thereafter has spoken yesterday, that is on the request of, it is a Trump. There is a 23 or 25 minutes talk in between them. And Operation Sindoor has been spoken in great detail. All clouds, all this misinformation which everyone wants to spread, including Donald Trump, that has been cleared to him and to the whole world. And what is now been brought out by the your Foreign Secretary, now it's clear. There is no cloud now left over it. See, the point is like this. He is spoken after 22nd April the first time. So in between, neither the Trump has spoken, neither the Modi has spoken, neither there is any outreach on that regard. Trump has been saying that, he has spoken about the trade, in trade, and he has given, the proxy of trade, between India and, United States of America. And also he brought that, I have stopped this, the conflict. First thing he has said that, this Operation Sindoor has not stopped. It has just been halted. And on the request, because they kneeled down in front of the India, DGMO has approached us. So we have just stopped it temporarily. In anything happens, even a single bullet is fired from this side, the heavy selling, goli ka jawab, gola se hoga. This is exactly he has told to him.
Absolutely,
and I think Trump has understood the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
And moreover, you see, the most important, we have to, if Tanisha, if you give me time or if you ask me something else.
No, sir, please continue, sir. Yes.
See, what, Tanisha, this is very important. Your viewer has to understand this, that after such a long time, when the Modi has spoken and on the request of Trump, because they were supposed to meet, there was supposed to be meeting in a sideline of G7 at Canada. But Trump has to leave, what is happening in the Middle East. That's why he has left. And the request was his. This is very important. It is not the outreach by India to Modi. And today, when the Trump is hosting, Asim Munir in the White House, today he's hosting over there. He invited Modi to come over there. Again, that is designed by Trump, to equate probably, and this is what my inferences are. This is my view are that he wanted when this chap Asim Munir is there and he hosting them in the White House. He asked the Modi to come and Modi said, no, I have got my engagement. I'm busy. I'm going. Generally, this type things are adjusted. So it is a slap on his face again. A very tough message. It is not that we are giving a slap, but it's very clear message because Modi has brought it because he has to go to Croatia.
Absolutely,
the second point, which is very, very important, which we have to understand, a viewer has to understand, the Indian perspective of this.
Right, sir.
India, what they did from 7 to 10, is the Pakistan who has kneeled down and whole world because the proofs are there. That is very important.
Right.
I think
Absolutely.
everything has been cleared between this 23-minute talk.
Yes. And that matter also, Major General K.K. Sinha, I believe that Trump's bluff has also been called out. Major General K.K. Sinha, I request you to stay with us because we're getting in latest reactions from the BJP, which has hit out at the Congress now over their allegation that Trump had mediated in India-Pakistan conflict. Listen into this.
I should now start calling them lie-producing factory. LPF instead of INC constantly. I mean, they turn to, there's no invitation. And then when a productive 35-minute exchange takes place, they resort to, I don't know, frankly, whether this is ineptitude and incompetence or this is pure lies. But either case, it's a lie. Then they take resort to an earlier conversation which took place in January and say, oh, this is not the readout. Arre bhai, readout aane do unka. But should you or should you not accept a detailed readout by your own foreign secretary and point by point? So all I can do is, I don't want to dignify the Congress party's ongoing, hallucinatory, I would call it hallucinatory fake narratives that they go and put on. But through all this, I get the feeling, so Chitraji, that they're always looking for some way in which they can show India down.
ये पहले से स्पष्ट है, विपक्ष को एक बीमारी लगी है झूठ बोलने की। देश के प्रधानमंत्री प्रभुसत्ता पे, संप्रदा पे कभी भी कोई कंप्रोमाइज, कभी कल्पना सपने में भी नहीं कर सकते। विदेश मंत्री ने क्या बताया, स्पष्ट किया कि जब ट्रंप की तरफ से ऐसा अगर कहा भी गया तो हमने स्पष्ट कहा इस कूटनीति में किसी भी दूसरे मुल्क की इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं बर्दाश्त की जा सकती, क्योंकि हमारा स्टैंड बड़ा क्लियर है, पीओके हमारा है और इसके ऊपर किसी बातचीत के लिए भी किसी और को बीच में नहीं लाया जाएगा। लेकिन राहुल गांधी एक स्कूल जाते बच्चे की तरह बार बार कभी नरेंद्र सरेंडर, उसको उनका कसूर नहीं है। जो उनको सोशल मीडिया के छोटे छोटे बच्चे पढ़ा के भेज देते हैं उसमें से जितना वो याद करते हैं उतना पढ़ देते हैं, जो भूल जाता है वो भूल जाता है। इसलिए ये एक वर्ल्ड के अंदर आज हमारी डोमिनेंस क्या है वो समझने की जरूरत है। प्रधानमंत्री कनाडा में जाते हैं, कनाडा की सरकार उनको बुलाती है, वहां के प्रधानमंत्री कारनी उनके साथ बातचीत करके इमीडिएटली रिस्टोर करते हैं अपनी डिप्लोमेसी को, हाई कमीशन रिस्टोर होते हैं, किस तरह से वीजा सर्विसेज रिस्टोर होती हैं और हमारी प्रभुसत्ता के ऊपर उनको कोई सवाल उठाने का अधिकार नहीं है, ये वो मानते हैं। हमारी ताकत के आगे आज पूरी देश और दुनिया समझ रही है हम किस पायदान पे खड़े हैं। पर क्या करें बेचारे राहुल गांधी जी, मैंने बताया कि स्कूल जाते बच्चे की तरह जो कोई लिख देता है उसको आधा पूछाधा पढ़ के दे देते हैं। बट आई मस्ट टेल यू वन थिंग, दैट इवन इफ Trump comes out and say कि Modi has refused my intervention, then also Rahul Gandhi will say the same line, because it is not about Rahul Gandhi, it is about what his tutor has told him.
All right, so that is how the BJP leaders are reacting to it. Major General K.K. Sinha was live with us and we will look forward to connect with him again very soon. But for now, it's time for us to move on to the other stories that we are tracking. Now, in an unthinkable praise from Pakistan's parliament, a sitting MP admitted that Uttar Pradesh, an Indian state, is economically stronger than Pakistan itself. The comparison isn't just startling, it's a humiliation for Islamabad and a big nod to the Yogi model of governance. Hear this.
A stunning admission has rocked the Pakistani parliament. A sitting MP has praised Uttar Pradesh's economy, saying it's in better shape than Pakistan's entire nation. In a video now viral on social media, the MP says Pakistan's total budget is $62 billion, while Uttar Pradesh alone has a budget of $97 billion.
ये मैं आपको कुछ फैक्ट्स फिगर देता हूं। पाकिस्तान का टोटल बजट आउटले हमारा 62 बिलियन है, जबकि इंडिया 50 स्टेट से एक स्टेट का बजट आउटले उत्तर प्रदेश का 97 बिलियन है। हमारा टोटल टैक्स रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, जबकि उत्तर प्रदेश का 80 बिलियन। हमारा टैक्स रेवेन्यू उनके टैक्स रेवेन्यू से 16 बिलियन कम है।
Shifting our focus to breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the Air India crisis. Top sources from DGCA has now said that the DGCA has asked Air India to reduce their flight operations by 30%. Now it comes after technical snags were found in multiple Boeing aircrafts of Air India. Regulator has ordered that Air India should first fix the snags and then get through the inspection. So a big move there that the DGCA, the government, has taken as far as Air India is concerned. Remember, there were back-to-back multiple snags that were reported. The DGCA has now taken stern action, has now asked Air India to reduce their flight operation by 30%. It comes big after technical snags were found in most Boeing aircrafts of Air India. The regulator has ordered Air India to first fix the snags and then get through the inspection. Harsha, my colleague, is joining us from the newsroom on that. Harsha, the action, I believe, is too little, too late. What else has the DGCA ordered as far as the Air India Boeing aircrafts is concerned?
Yes, Tanisha, you rightly pointed out the action is too little, too late. Had it been on the first day of the crash, had they had pulled up the Boeing 77 aircraft of Air India much before the big plane crash would have been averted, but this couldn't happen in this case, and that is the reason why the action has been taken. But this is very little action on the Boeing aircraft, because as we have been reporting since the time of the crash as well, every day their technical snags have been reporting in the Boeing 787 fleet of Air India, and now they have been asked, the Air India has been asked to reduce their flight operation by 30%. But this alone wouldn't solve the bigger problem. The bigger problem is that there's a malfunctioning, there's a faulty equipment, there's so many issues in the aircraft of 787 fleet. It is the high time when each and every pilot and the passengers have been stating that they should be grounded. The Boeing 787 fleet should be grounded, it should be halted, it should be kept in the MRO division for maintenance, so that passengers could feel safe flying in Boeing 787. While that's not the situation here, but now let's see if Air India will adhere by the order of DGCA, and they will reduce their flight operation by 30%, because in the earlier as well we have not seen that Air India has not taken the show cause notices of DGCA very seriously. Never ever they have taken seriously the show cause notice of DGCA, and that is the reason why this bigger plane crash happened. But this was a yesterday meeting where DGCA has strictly told Air India to reduce their flight operation by 30%. Now we have to see whether the Boeing will be halted, grounded, or they will go for the serious inspection, as this is the need of the hour. Back to you.
Absolutely, Harsha. Thank you very much for sharing those details with us. Remains to be seen on what further action will DGCA take as far as Air India Boeing aircrafts is concerned. The action is certainly not enough. We move on to the other breaking news that's coming in. A flight AI 2491 from Mumbai to Lucknow was cancelled due to operational constraints related to crew flight duty time regulations. Now, despite efforts to arrange alternate crew, the flight could not be operated, resulting in significant delays and eventual cancellation of both the onward and the return sectors. Now, amidst the disruption, some passengers expressed their frustration, leading to damage the aircraft cabin and deployment of an emergency through the overwing exit. Now, the Central Industrial Security Force, that is the CISF, was present at the site to maintain order. So that's the latest breaking news that's coming in. Aviation crisis incidents back-to-back that's coming in. Regulators now must keep a watch. The watchdog must now take stern action against the airlines, which has cost passengers a hefty amount.
The string of air emergencies that were witnessed in the last 2 to 3 days. First, Let's talk about the AI-315 aircraft. On June 16th, it was the Hong Kong to Delhi flight that made a dramatic U-turn, and this after a mid-air glitch issue was found. It forced it to make a U-turn. All passengers, however, were safely deboarded. Now let's talk about another incident, which is the Saudi aircraft SV3112. Again, it was from June 16th itself. Air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight. Around 250 pilgrims were coming back, and they found sparks and smokes coming out of the wheels of the plane. Thankfully, the fire personnel intervened and they took stock of the situation. Passengers of the SV3112 disembarked from the plane safely. Now, this is just a couple of incidents, but we'll tell you about the third incident that took place on June 16th itself. Another Delhi to Ranchi plane made a U-turn to Delhi over a technical issue. The technical issue was reported after takeoff from Delhi, and the flight ops resumed only after inspection and clearance. And all of this happened on June 16th. And the very next day, another Air India flight 2493, there was an air scare on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad plane, and the operational issue had delayed the flight. The flight was then cancelled over flight duty time limit. It exceeded the limit, the time limit of the personnel there, so the flight was cancelled. And following that, on the very same day, AI-180, technical snag on San Francisco to Mumbai, which is via Kolkata flight, and the technical snag was reported in the left engine when the plane had already reached Kolkata. And the technical snag delayed the takeoff from Kolkata airport, and the passengers were made to wait for a long time. AI-915, June 17th, again, it was a Delhi to Dubai Air India 915 flight was again cancelled, and the flight was cancelled from both Delhi and Dubai as well. AI-915 and AI-916, to and fro from Dubai and Delhi, both of them were cancelled. Technical issue in Air India Boeing 787 aircraft. Again, this is that infamous B787 aircraft. And another incident that we have to tell you about is the AI-143, Air India's Delhi to Paris flight was also cancelled. And this because of a hydraulic leak that was reported on, again, another Boeing 787 aircraft. So these are some shocking incidents, a series of aviation scares that have come to the fore. And lastly, let's also tell you what happened on AI-159 on June 17. The Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London again cancelled. The takeoff was cancelled after a technical snag was reported, and passengers were made to wait, and they faced a lot of inconvenience.
The aviation sector, ladies and gentlemen, is in a crisis, and it remains to be seen what the watchdog will take action as far as several airlines is concerned, and not just Air India, because what we're talking about here is passengers on priority, passengers not having to face any difficulty. We're keeping a very close watch on that story, but for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break. And after the break, we'll get you the details of how Iran has launched a fresh barrage of missiles on Israel and has targeted the Dimona nuclear plant. Also after the break is Baloch Liberation Army claims responsibility for remote control bomb attack on Jafar Express train that had killed 4 people.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these 3 people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
देखेंगे कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है, तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी जो जा रहे हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात
This construction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that in the delegations they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they have done it.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get it better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely. Is that okay too?
Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24 months?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah. Doing pretty well. Right now we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. We have great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better,
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate. Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, three men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
चाहिए कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में दोनों और बाकी जो विद्यालय है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात
Quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at 2:30 p.m. After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers had already boarded the flight. Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi makes it clear to Trump that India neither asked nor accepted any foreign mediation. Justice Yashwant Verma writes letter to former Chief Justice of India, refuses to step down. Iran launches fresh barrage of missiles on Israel targets Dimona nuclear plant. And Baloch Liberation Army claims responsibility for remote-controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express train that had killed 4 people. Started this edition with the big breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the Israel-Iran conflict. Now, as the Israel-Iran conflict intensifies and escalates, we're getting in more visuals from ground zero. On your screen now is a visual of the Prachin military complex in Tehran, which was struck by the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember, it's the 6th day of the Israel-Iran conflict, which has only escalated. Now, Israeli forces have targeted the Prachin military complex. IDF claims that it has struck the missile sites, reportedly attacks targets in Natanz. Now, there were other initial reports also that said that surface-to-surface missile sites in central Iran have been struck by the IDF overnight between Sunday and Monday, is what the IDF claims. The Saudi state-owned news source AI has also said that Israeli forces have struck targets in the area city of Natanz in central Iran. There were other reports that stated that they were simultaneously carrying out large-scale attacks on other nuclear sites across Iran. The IDF is reportedly remembered trying to thwart a launch by Iran by striking their soil after they detected that Iran was attempting to send missiles towards Israeli territory. Moving on to more breaking news coming in, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson has given a big statement where he says that any American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. That's a huge statement that has come from Iran. Remember, just yesterday, there were reports that claim that the United States is mulling to come in the war and support Israel. And in regard with the same, the Iranian authorities, the Iranian Foreign Ministry to be specific here, has released a statement saying and warning that any American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. Kruthat, my colleague, is joining us live from the newsroom on that. Kruthat, this is a huge statement that Iran has given, and keeping in mind that there were reports yesterday that Donald Trump, the United States, in fact, is mulling to enter the war and back Israel. Where do you see this panning out as far as the United States intervention is concerned in the Israel-Iran conflict?
Less than 24 hours ago, Tanisha, the warning had come directly from President Donald Trump's Truth Social account that he knows exactly where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is hiding, in which bunker, and that they have capability of striking. This is not the first time. Even on Friday, there was leakage in Israeli press that suggested that Israel had a window of opportunity to directly target Ayatollah Khamenei on Friday. However, sources said that Trump had vetoed that call. Subsequently, this call was given 24 hours ago, and now the first official reaction from the Iranian government coming in with the second highest minister in the rank and file speaking out against Trump's open threat of eliminating the supreme leader of Iran just 24 hours ago. There is massive speculation on whether US is likely to enter the theater of war in West Asia. He had to cut short his G7 visit and rushed back to Washington overnight for an emergency meeting of the National Security Council there. And there were all indications that US is very, very seriously looking at a situation where it could possibly enter the war theater in West Asia. Israel has said that they are looking forward to US entering, perhaps as they have done all the clearance work of defenses, and that US's bunker busters are all that is needed to end whatever is left of the Islamic regime in Iran. Yesterday, German Chancellor Merz also said that Israel is doing the dirty work of the West in Iran. There are various serious allegations emerging from West that US may enter the West Asian theater. All eyes are set on that. The Fifth Fleet was also operationalized from Bahrain base. And now the first official statement coming in from Iran's foreign minister. There are only two official government officials who have been speaking repeatedly on this. Yesterday and day before, it was President Pezeshkian who also spoke in the Iranian parliament regarding a possible US intervention, and now a clear warning coming in from Iran that it would lead to an all-out conflict, an all-out war in the Middle East, in West Asia, if US decides to join the war effort. This shows clearly that Tehran is extremely worried. Just 30 kilometers off Tehran, the Parchin military base, which is one of the most important nuclear link sites to the ballistic missile program of Iran, was struck just moments ago, as we were seeing the visuals on our screen. And now the Iranian foreign minister officially coming out and showing a warning flag to US, saying that any intervention from the United States would lead to a full-blown conflict. Tehran seems to be on the back foot, and the administration is now, after 24 hours, less than 24 hours after US President Donald Trump's warning, is coming out with some strong words. How will it culminate? The entire situation remains extremely critical. Tonight in this escalation matrix will be especially important. Back to the studio.
Absolutely, Kruthad. Stay with me. We are getting in more breaking news coming in. But before I go to that, let's take you through the top developments. Republic, remember, is the only channel live from both Israel and Iran. Here's a ground report from the nursing home in Qasr-e-Shirin in the area where, after the Iran claimed that Israel targeted medical institutions, here's a ground report which is Republic World exclusive.
It is day 6 of the Israel-Iran escalation, and allegations and counter-allegations between Israel and Iran continue to fly. In the latest, Republic has accessed a video from the Kermanshah area of Iran. This is an area in Iran which has been heavily targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces, particularly the Israeli Air Force, since the Operation Rising Lion commenced. The scenes that you see on your screen at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, are of apparently a hospital that the Iranians are claiming that were targeted. Republic is the only network to access these exclusive ground visuals coming in from Ground Zero in Kermanshah, which has been the most important place where a missile depot and a missile base of Iran has been repeatedly targeted by Israel, as stated as part of its objectives under Operation Rising Lion. The nuclear capability of Iran, as well as the ballistic missile in particular capability of Iran, is something that Israel is targeting. However, Iranians are also now claiming that there were civilian localities and civilian targets also that have fallen to the missiles and air domination of Israel at the moment. The scenes that you see are dramatic visuals coming in from a hospital in the Kermanshah area. Just moments ago, we have also seen throughout the day today the Hermes 900 reconnaissance drones of Israel flying and dominating the entire skyline of Kermanshah. Remember, this is part of western Iran, where on the first night of the strikes, various radar facilities were destroyed by Israel in complete domination and air superiority assertion in Tehran's airspace. And all the way up to the border of Tehran, we have seen complete air domination of the IDF, which it claimed to have solidified a couple of days ago. And now dramatic visuals of counter allegations coming in from Iran that a medical facility perhaps had also fallen prey to this entire sequence of events. Just few moments ago, we have also seen in separate instances an industrial park also being targeted. Also, the Pashtun military base in the outskirts of Tehran fell to the huge plumes of smoke rising there after Israeli Defense Forces strikes. The situation remains extremely critical. On the other side, Israel is also claiming heavy civilian casualty from Iranian ballistic missiles and UAVs. However, these are visuals coming in from Iran, where the Iranians are now claiming that a military facility in particular was targeted by the IDF.
Coming in, we learned that Israel has written a letter to the United Nations saying that Iran has a strategic plan to eliminate Israel, and that Israel cannot and will not accept the threat of extermination. That's a huge warning that Israel has now given out, writing a letter to the United Nations and saying, and I quote, that Iran has a strategic plan to eliminate Israel completely, and that Israel cannot and will not accept the threat of extermination. Joining me on the broadcast is Kruthad, who is continuing to stay with me. Kruthad, again, Israel has made it very clear that no warning that Iran gives us will shake Israel, and that Israel is not going to tolerate any further warnings. Where do you see this panning out? It's the 6th day of the Israel-Iran conflict, and it is only escalating. Are we headed towards World War III?
Tanisha, this is a very serious letter that has been given by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the United Nations Security Council at this point of time. And these are some very serious allegations. Now, it is something that the Israelis have maintained since day one when Operation Rising Lion had commenced. It is in accordance to the UN Charter. Israel is accusing that Iran has violated the UN Charter and that it was making a military nuclear-capable ballistic missile that was in violation of the standstill agreement or the safeguards agreement put in place by the IAEA. Further, in the early hours on June 13, basically this letter that has been written by the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations Security Council president is about making them privy to the operational details of Operation Rising Lion, trying to make a case of why it was important for Israel to strike Iran and to significantly destroy the clandestine efforts of the Iranian regime to develop nuclear weapons. That is the main fact that has been stated in this letter. It also states that the recently determined IAEA Board of Governors report of Iran in non-compliance of its nuclear non-proliferation treaty safeguards obligation was one of the biggest reasons why they had to go in and they had to destroy these nuclear ballistic missile capabilities that Iran was trying very hard to develop. They have also said that Iran Revolutionary Guard, which is also designated as a terrorist organization by various states, that is the statement of Israel at the moment, and its proxy networks of Houthis, Hezbollah and Hamas and others were involved in a ring of fire. So this is a very detailed explanation given by the Israelis in what seems to be a forewarning to the United Nations
Security. I believe we're running short on time. We have to wrap up on that. It's time for us, ladies and gentlemen, to slip into a short break. But after the break, we'll get to the details of how Donald Trump's trade deal bluff has been called out. Prime Minister Modi making it amply clear to Donald Trump that India neither asked nor accepted any foreign mediation. All those details after a very short break.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर सोनम और बाकी जा रहे हैं, वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात होटल करवा दें।
This reconstruction has been based on the interrogations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that in the interrogations they have admitted to the fence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. And we started off from the Balochistan parking lot where they had.
You can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles, but all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. This is what Iran doing. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Now, following the sirens regarding a hostile aircraft infiltration that sounded between 9:04 and 9:19 in the southern Golan Heights, 3 UAVs that were launched towards Israel from Iran were intercepted. Sirens were sounded in accordance with the protocol. Remember, it's the day 6 of the escalating Iran-Israel conflict. Now, the IDF says the 3 UAVs have been intercepted by air defense system. Iran fired 2 waves of ballistic missiles at Israel overnight on Tuesday, with the first barrage beginning from around 12:40 a.m. and the second approximately 40 minutes after that. And sirens were sounded across central Israel and parts of Jueda and Samaria. Now, the first salvo reportedly involved roughly near about 50 missiles, while the second involved nearly about 10 missiles. Ratna Chakrabarti is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Ratna, yesterday you were showing us visuals from outside where you stay, where there were some interceptions that were seen. You're reporting live from Tel Aviv. Talk to us about what the situation is like on ground.
Right now, there is an uneasy calm in Tel Aviv. We don't see a lot of actions happening. In the night, we have seen at least 2 sirens, possible around 10 to 15 barrages of rockets in both of them. Most of them have been intercepted, but a couple of them might have fallen. That's what the IDF have said. There have not been major injuries, at least in the last 2 barrages. That's at least from the Tel Aviv side. But apart from that, there have been also sirens in the south, in the Negev region, and also there have been sirens in the north near Haifa and the Golan and the region around at the northern part of Israel. So that has been happening. But from the morning yesterday, as we have seen, there have been siren at least once at least in the afternoon or the morning, but there has been nothing as of now, I would say.
Right, absolutely. Ratna, also take us through about what was the situation last night when we believe that there were nearly approximately about 15 to 10 missiles in a wave of 2 that were fired at Israel. And were there any damages and destruction that was reported?
For the moment, the information that's there, that yes, there have been a couple of missiles which have had direct hits. But that's in central Israel. I haven't yet visited the area to actually see the scale of destruction. And we haven't seen also visuals coming in from any sources. So I wouldn't be able to exactly tell you what the damage has been. But yes, there have been direct hits. But yesterday, when I can tell you from a personal experience that when I was in the shelter room, I could actually feel a lot of interceptions happening over my head. Quite more than the usual ones that we have experienced in the last few days. So it was an intense night, a couple of sirens. And let me tell you that it's an unusual one because almost on all the other days when you have seen the missiles, the barrage of missiles that are coming in, there at least been a gap of 1 to 2 hours. Yesterday's case, it was within the span of 40 minutes, we have seen 2 barrages hitting central Israel and north Israel.
Right. Ratna, thank you very much for speaking to us and sharing all those details. We'll keep coming back to you as and when there are updates in the story. We move on to the other stories that we're tracking. Now, tensions between Israel and Iran have reached a boiling point as the Israel Defense Forces unleash a series of powerful airstrikes on Iranian military targets. In this explosive compilation, we bring you 9 videos capturing the sheer scale and intensity of the attacks, from missile-laden drones to precision air raids. These visuals reveal the reality of modern warfare and the escalating conflict that's crippling the Middle East.
המטרה נפלה.
The Israel-Iran conflict has entered its day 6 with no signs of end. There is no signs that the conflict could end very soon, and with the United States now saying, according to reports, that it could intervene in the war, it remains to be seen on how this conflict pans out, and we're keeping a very close watch on that. But for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break, and after the break, we'll get you all the details of how Iran has launched a fresh barrage of missiles on Israel and has targeted the Dimona nuclear plant, and what is the significance of that attack. We'll get you all that and much more, but after a short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these 3 people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी जो हत्यारे हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात करवा दें।
This construction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that the delegations, they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. And we started off from the Balochistan parking lot where they had kept the scooties. Then we had moved on to a place about 3 to 4 kilometers from Waisadong parking lot, whereby they had stopped to take photographs, and there was an attempt in that place, but it was not peaceful because Raja started off his bike, and so they had to move on. And they had stopped about 200 meters away from the Waisadong parking lot. There only photographs were taken, but attempt was not made in that point. We finally came to the Waisadong parking lot where the scooties were kept. We ascertained where the scooties were kept. We had ascertained where Raja was standing. We had taken as to replay the whole thing. We had taken one of our personnel from the fire emergency services as Raja to replay the role of Raja. We have ascertained what was the position just before the murder, who was standing where, and how the blow took place. So 3 blows took place. The first blow was by Vishal, alias Vicky. The second blow was by Anand, and the last blow was by Akash. There's one more.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Getting better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely.
Is that okay too? Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah, doing pretty well right now. We're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. Not have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. You're great people, they know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what?
Oh, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
And are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate. Yeah, I think it's safer. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, three men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
You can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles, but all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. This is what Iran doing. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking news. I'm Dr. Tamisha with you. The situation in West Asia is only escalating, viewers, and we'll get you all the latest updates. We'll get you ground reportage from West Asia. Republic TV, only channel to report from both Israel and Iran. We'll get you more. First, the headlines. After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%, faces action. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers already boarded. Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi made it clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Justice Verma writes letter to former Chief Justice of India, refuses to step down. And Baloch Liberation Army claims responsibility for remote-controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express train, 4 killed. we have breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Now, the Israeli forces, led by the 162nd Battalion, 162nd Division, is operating in the Jabalia area in the northern Gaza Strip. Now, in recent weeks, the forces eliminated numerous terrorists, dismantled the military infrastructure above and below the ground, and located and seized the weapons, some of which were hidden in the civilian buildings also. So Israel also, viewers, has killed another Hamas terrorist, and they have found weapons in the civilian homes. So remember, the fight in Gaza, the operations in Gaza also continue. Now, who funds Hamas? It is the Iranian. The Iranian regime funds the Hamas, and now they have neutralized a Hamas terrorist also in Gaza. And the Givati Brigade has eliminated terrorist cell in Jabalia. They have found the weapons also in the civilian homes. Now you understand why in civilian areas those Israeli defense forces were carrying out operations, while we saw that the Gazans, the Palestinians and other groups have been crying foul that why is Israel targeting the civilian groups. Well, you see that the Israelis have found found weapons in civilian homes, and not just that, they have eliminated a terrorist cell in Jabalia, that's in northern Gaza. So this is of course the soldier there in action of Israeli forces under the command of 162nd Division operating in Jabalia. And it becomes very important to understand that the situation in West Asia is only escalating, viewers. Israel was always, Israel for the longest time has been engaged with this war with the Hamas. It has removed the top leadership, but not to forget that now for the first time we see the escalation between Iran, direct confrontation with Iran, and the escalation is something that is unprecedented between the two countries. Israel continues to strike Iran. Meanwhile, Israel's operations in Gaza also continue. Visuals from Gaza, from Jabalia coming onto your screens. Meanwhile, we have the Israeli Defense Forces statement also coming in. Let's take a listen in.
At midnight, while the people have been at their homes and they have targeted the homes of civilians, which led to big casualties. As you know, hundreds of innocent people, including big number of children and women, have been killed during these attacks. And a big number of civil infrastructure, including water and energy infrastructure, has been hit and has been destroyed. And there is a danger, a big danger around our peaceful nuclear facilities because of the possible explosion of the people not only in Iran but in our neighborhood to hazardous leaks. And all these things show that we are facing with an irresponsible entity. And the bitter fact is that this entity is supported by many Western countries, particularly United States, financially and logistically and militarily. They are providing intelligence to this entity. They are providing military arms to this entity. And they are supporting even politically. And they are trying to justify what Israel has done. It is a very complicated situation in our region. There are some things which should be clear for everybody. The first thing is that this is an act of aggression committed by Israel, no doubt about it. There are all elements which can describe an act of aggression. Israel has attacked our country without any reason. Israel has attacked our civilians, our civil infrastructure. And Israel has violated the integrity of Iran, has violated our territorial integrity, and has violated the right of Iranian people to live in peace. This is the first point which I would like to be clear for everybody. The second point is that Israel, during this aggression, has violated all norms of international law and all norms of human rights by targeting civilians, by violating the principle of distinction, the principle of proportionality, and the principle of informing the people about the attacks. And therefore, Israel has violated all norms of international humanitarian law and all principles of human rights. And this is something which should be expressed everywhere and by everybody. And the third point is that Iran will respond. Iran is resolute in responding to Israel attacks. We will show no any doubt, no any reluctance in defending our people, in defending our security, in defending our land. We will respond very, very, very seriously and strongly. And that is what we are doing now. Nobody should expect Iran to show any kind of restraint. Nobody should expect Iran to be indifferent to its security and security of the people. Iran will respond very strongly. And we will stop aggression by all means, and by the confidence that the people of Iran have in our military forces. Our military forces, on behalf of our people, will defend the country and will defeat Israel. They will stop aggression, they will stop aggressors. And nobody should talk about any kind of restraint. And what we are doing now is not only on behalf of the Iranian people, it is on behalf of the humanity, because humanity is attacked. The international peace and security has been attacked. An international order has been attacked. Human rights has been attacked. International law has been attacked. And we are going to defend all of these things. And one of the reasons Israel is continuing committing such crimes is the great impunity bestowed to this entity. Whatever Israel is doing is receiving impunity by Western countries, and particularly by the United Nations Security Council. Nowadays, Security Council has become the most useless organization in the world. It does nothing. It delivers nothing. And that's one of the main reasons why Israel is continuing to commit such crimes. And the same is with the Western countries, particularly the United States. They have covered Israel by huge impunity. And when you look at the positions of different countries, Western countries, European countries, not only they are not condemning the attacks and aggression, they are trying to justify the aggression by baseless allegations, by baseless excuses. And it is shameful for those Western countries who are supporting the aggressor, who are supporting the criminal. Israel is the absolute evil in our region. Israel is the source of instability in our region. Israel is the source of crimes in our region. Israel, for many decades, has violated the rights of Palestinian people. And particularly during the last 2 years, Israel did everything against Palestinian people. I have always thought and asked myself, is there anything new that Israel can commit? Is there any new crime that Israel can reveal? And unfortunately, the answer has been always yes. Israel can every day reveal a new thing, a new crime, and a new innovation in attacking humanity, and a new initiative to breach and to cross the red lines. This is what Israel is, the absolute evil supported by the United States. What My message is to you, ladies and gentlemen, today, is that Iran will strongly respond. Iran will strongly defend itself and defend the oppressed people, will defend the international law, will defend the security of our region, will defend the integrity of our country, and we will stop Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. So please introduce yourself. First question, Christiane.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ambassador, we are all looking at this horror and the attacks that happen on all sides. But a question that has fallen by the wayside a little bit, can you explain to us why?
Right, that was Iranian ambassador to United Nations there speaking Geneva Ali Bahraini. He was saying that Iran will stop Israel and its evil, supported by UN, and Iran will strongly respond. Iran will continue to defend itself. Also saying that Israel is source of instability in the region. All right, viewers. Meanwhile, we also have a statement coming in from the Israeli army. The Israeli army say that one of its drones downed over Iran. Okay, Israeli drone has been shot down over Iran, confirmed by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. This is the update coming in. Drone hit by surface-to-air missile. Israeli drone hit by surface-to-air missile that was launched from Iran. That's what we're getting in right now. The army, the Israeli army, confirming that Israeli drone has been shot down. And there you have Israeli, of course, Israel also striking Iran. So their firefighting in the skies continue. These are visuals that have come in. Israel striking Iran, Israel defense system, in Israeli defense forces intercepting the Iranian drones also. But one of its drones have been downed by the ballistic missiles, the surface-to-air missiles of Iran. So you have this Israeli strike. You can see the dramatic visuals and balls of fire that have been witnessed in Tehran, in the skies of Tehran, in several parts of Iran, as Israel continues to strike multiple targets there in Iran. My colleague Nick is now. All right, we have Nick joining us from Tel Aviv right now. Nick, what is the latest situation right now as you report from Ground Zero?
Yes, I'm now standing in the neighborhood in the middle of Tel Aviv. This is a residential area, and it is completely destroyed by Iranian missile. You can see the building is destroyed, and it would need to be completely destroyed because nobody can live here anymore, and it should be evacuated. And this is just one building. I can show you behind me. You can see that the whole neighborhood is destroyed. And you can see that there are no military bases. There are nothing that is strategic here, just regular people. Most of them are young people that are coming to Israel, coming to Tel Aviv, and they want to be next to the beach just a few minutes from here, the Mediterranean Sea. And you can see the massive destruction of all of this area. Here, usually, we're living young people in their 20s from all over Israel and a lot of tourists. And now this place is completely destroyed. Here hit the missile from Iran, and from the shock wave, all the buildings for hundreds of meters were destroyed. You can see the complete destruction. Now the site is closed. People can't come here because it is really dangerous. And also where I'm standing here, underneath, there is a construction of a metro station. And because of this ballistic missile, maybe all of this ground can collapse any moment. You can see here, this is the construction of the metro that was before. And this huge building also can collapse. And inside was the consulate of the United States. So maybe this is a reason for the United States, the casus belli, to join Israel in the war against Iran. You can see the massive destruction here all around.
You know, as you mentioned about United States, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has, written on social media yesterday that, they very well know where Khamenei is hiding. At the same time, say that we do not intend to kill him. At the same time, he calls for unconditional surrender. That's a strong message that has been sent out in capitals by Donald Trump. Now, what does that really mean?
It means that Israel wants to change the regime in Iran. After 79, the new regime is bad for Israel, but the United States still doesn't want to do it, at least not openly, publicly. They're afraid that the consequences maybe can be very bad to the economy, especially because the prices of the fuel can go really up, the prices of oil, and it's bad for America. I think this is the main reason why they still want to try to solve this conflict in other ways.
Right, and speaking of what's happening right now on ground, we're going back to what's happening on ground. Nick, if you could just tell us more about the strikes that continue, because we've seen that Israel has continued to strike major targets in Tehran. Many nuclear facilities also being targeted by Israel. In fact, just stay on with us, Nick. We have breaking news coming in. The president of Israel, Isaac Herzog, has visited northern Israeli town of Tamra following the Iranian missile strike. That's the breaking news we are getting in right now. The Israeli president, Herzog, is taking stock of the situation in northern Israel, visiting the town of Tamra that has witnessed a lot of impact as far as the Iranian strikes are concerned. You can see the civilian areas that have been affected. And Nick, I'll just go across to you on that. Nick, Isaac Herzog right now is taking stock of the situation. He's in Tamra. Tell us more about this place. What has really happened over there?
One of the places where the ballistic missile hit, and in the Arab communities, they don't have bomb shelters, and they don't have enough places to hide like in the Jewish cities in Israel. But even with those bomb shelters, you see that it's not always enough because the ballistic missiles are really strong, massive. And the Arab communities, also some of them, especially the Bedouins, they are living next to bases of the Israeli army that Iran also trying to target them, especially of the Air Force of Israel. And the Bedouin communities are surrounding those places in the Negev desert. So this is one of the reasons why if something should there, they don't have too much what to do about that. They just can't pray to God that it will not fall on them.
Right. Nick, thank you so much for joining us with that ground report coming in from Tel Aviv of Israel. And Robert TV, of course, continues to get you more such ground reports to help you understand what's really happening, viewers. With that, let's take a quick look at some more news that is coming in from West Asia as the conflict escalates. The Iran-Israel conflict escalating further as more Iranian missiles were intercepted over Tel Aviv, prompting the Israeli military to launch a series of strikes near Tehran. Israel claims the ongoing offensive, which has killed at least 224 people in Iran, is aimed at halting Iran's progress towards developing a nuclear weapon. The rising hostilities in Iran dominated the G7 summit's final discussions. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, hosting the summit, called for de-escalation across the Middle East and urged a ceasefire in Gaza, warning that the Iranian crisis risks igniting a broader regional conflict.
Leaders also reiterated our commitment to the pursuit of peace and stability in the Middle East. Made clear that Iran is the principal source of regional instability and terror. And we've been consistently clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We urge that the resolution of the Iranian crisis leads to a broader de-escalation of hostilities, including a ceasefire in Gaza.
Iranian missiles intercepted over Jerusalem as Tehran launched another wave of attacks on Israel amid the escalating conflict. The exchange follows days of intensifying violence, with Israel continuing its air campaign targeting Iran's military and nuclear infrastructure. Sirens sounded across Tel Aviv as the defense systems intercepted projectiles that were fired at Israel. Israel has been hitting Iran with airstrikes and drones, while Iran has been firing a wave of ballistic missiles at Israel over the past several days. Iran's top military commander, General Abdul Rahim Mousavi, warned of an imminent punitive operation against Israel and urged residents of Tel Aviv and Jaffa to evacuate. Now, declaring earlier missile attacks as mere warnings, Mousavi promised more forceful action soon. In response, Israel announced the killing of a senior Iranian general amid continued airstrikes. And after multiple technical snags, the Air India has been ordered to reduce its flight operations by 30%. Also, another flight of Air India cancelled, this time in Dubai due to a technical issue once again after passengers had boarded. We'll get you more on that.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, three men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी जो जा रहे हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात होटल करवा दें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Getting better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
And then a real end, not a ceasefire. And then
so something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely.
Is that okay too? Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24 hours?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah. Doing pretty well. Right now we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We're not to go too deep into it, they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. You're great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better,
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
And are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They shouldn't have done the deal. The cities have been blown to pieces. We've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate.
Yeah, you posted.
Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, three men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है पार्किंग का परिसर है और इस
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
After multiple technical snags, Air India orders to reduce flight operations by 30%. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers had already boarded. Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi makes it clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Justice Verma writes to former Chief Justice of India refuses to step down. Baloch Liberation Army claims the responsibility for remote control bomb attack on Jafar Express train, 4 killed. At 3:30, this is the breaking news now coming in as tensions escalate in West Asia. In fact, a short while back, Iranian ambassador to United Nations has made the first statement with regards to the attacks that have taken place on Iranian soil. I'm going to just quickly take you through the statement that has been put out by Iran's ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva. And this is what Iran has to say, and I'm quoting, "Whatever Israel is doing with the support of US intelligence. We will follow the developments and actions of developments. At any point we come to the conclusion that the United States is directly involved in the attacks on Iran, Iran will respond to the United States of America." In fact, what we have essentially seen are two important aspects since the war began on Friday. In fact, one with regards to the fact that there is a direct American assistance with regards to the barrage of missiles that have been launched from Iran that were also brought down with American systems that were basically in place. Iran's first big message with regards to the alleged US involvement, saying that if at all there is a direct involvement of the United States of America, then there will be a strong response coming in from Iran. Listen in to what Iran's ambassador to the United Nations had to say a short while back.
We firmly believe that the United States is complicit in what Israel is doing. Israel without the United States is nothing. Whatever Israel is doing is with the support, the military support and intelligence support of the United States. And we are totally ready to give appropriate response to any development. We will follow the developments, we will follow the actions of the United States, and at any time, at any point, if we come to the conclusion that the United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to the United States.
It was highly expected that the free nations, the government who are seeking the justice in the world, to condemn such as kind of the aggressions, which is a vibrant violation of the international law. We are in position to defend our people, our government, our country in the best way. We have shown that we are able, and we will continue, because we are under attack. We have to defend, and our actual retaliatory action, it is based on the self-defense, which is enshrined in the Article 51 of United Nations Charter, which gives us this power to defend our people. You know that the Israeli government, the Israeli officials, they officially announced some threats against Iranian high-ranking officials. They assassinated some of the Iranian military officials, which is totally against any regulations. Until now, you have been maybe informed that several rounds of the exchange of the, actually, we can say, missiles and drones, what happened between two sides. But we are defending in a proper way, and we are confident in what we are doing. We will continue until this aggression is going to be stopped.
Is US-Iran nuclear deal is still on the cards, and how do you see Trump's role in the crisis as he calls for unconditional surrender?
We were at the table, actually, at the negotiating table. It was the America who gave the green light to Israelis to have these military attacks against Iran. On the basis of even false accusation. They have made a lot of accusation, but there was no any proof. But if there is any kind of allegations, it should go through we can say, some mechanism which is actually it has been considered by the international organization like UN.
It's the 11th wave of attacks, missiles that have been fired by the Iranians. We have seen large-scale devastation also taking place in multiple cities of Israel. In fact, this report has been filed by my colleague Nick from Tel Aviv.
This is the hole that made just one ballistic missile that was fired from Iran towards a residential area in the center of Israel. Meters from here, there are kindergarten, schools, a lot of buildings with innocent people living there. And you can see the impact. One blast of a ballistic missile destroys anything with the shock wave in a radius of around 500 meters. And Iran continued to bombard Israel with hundreds of those kind of missiles for 5 days. Israel tries to destroy the nuclear capability of Iran because they also can use the nuclear weapons and to strike the same areas, but the impact will be much more bigger.
Joining us on this broadcast is Major Samarpal Tur. Major Tur, United States of America and its role. Iran says that if at all there is a direct action coming in from US, then the response from Iran will be hard. Do you believe that this is perhaps the time that US is taking to finally come up with a deal with Iran?
Shravan, as you see, the geopolitics, right now, the Russians are quiet. The Chinese have given a very strong statement that the world can go on without America. And as far as the war against Iran is concerned, Shravan, there is actually going to be no practical output if you do not have, troops on the ground. So that is definitely not the present phase one that they are going to do. So what I certainly feel is, their nuclear assets are going to be decimated once and for all and finally. So they are going to destroy the nuclear program first. Secondly, it is just a matter of time when the top Iranian officials will be offered political asylum in Russia, maybe China, maybe North Korea, maybe some Arab country. But as of now, you see, none of the Arab countries have come out openly and criticized or asked for truce or peace at the moment, other than Pakistan. So you see, it's a very fragile and a volatile situation. Let us not forget that, Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, these three have been the proxies of Iran for n number of decades. And now Iran is talking in UN in terms of safeguarding its sovereignty. What happened to the sovereignty of Israel when, Hezbollah was being provided arms, ammunition, and missiles by Iran? And now they are saying that the Americans have given the green signal. Fair enough. They would have given it because the intelligence on ground is definitely stating something that now...
Just ask you a quick question. Can you really trust the Americans right now? Israelis are certainly hoping the Americans will come in because Israel right now sees a stumbling block. They cannot perhaps carry out an attack on Fordo nuclear facility. They need the US help. But US sees this as an opportunity, that this perhaps is the time for striking a deal with Iran and let this pass.
See, Shravan, the GBU-57 is the only potent weapon or a bomb that can penetrate into the depth to where the bunkers have been made in Iran. Secondly, you see, this is a war against ideology. This is going to break the backbone of terrorism all around the world. And let us not forget, there are lakhs of Houthi rebels who are ready to move into Iran and fight this war. So definitely it is going to be a large-scale war with a number of, refueling aircraft which are moved in. USS Nimitz and its fleet has been ordered to move in towards Iran. So definitely these are not small orders. These are massive and concrete and decisive, military orders which are being carried out. And in coming 48 hours, definitely let's not be surprised that the Americans will be bombing Iran with the B-52s and the B-2 bombers.
Well, thank you very much, Major Tur, for putting this into perspective. It remains to be seen whether at all the United States of America will actually respond to what many are saying. It's almost an ultimatum coming in from the Iranians. Shift to focus now to the other big story that we're tracking today. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri on 18th of June said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a telephonic conversation with US President Donald Trump, which lasted approximately 35 minutes. Now, during the conversation, Prime Minister Modi made it abundantly clear to President Trump that India neither asked nor accepted any foreign mediation. Remember, multiple times claims have actually been made by President Trump that the ceasefire was only because the United States of America had actually stepped in. India has maintained that there was no mediation as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, and this once again was told to President Trump by Prime Minister Modi. Listen to what the Foreign Secretary had to say.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया।
Colonel Shailendra is joining us right now. Colonel Shailendra, this was known all this while, but there was politics over this entire issue. Even till today, questions were essentially raised whether at all protocols were followed or not, and the United States of America had basically stepped in. The fact of the matter is the DGMOs were involved, and this is what the Prime Minister had to tell President Trump.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. You see, as far as our country is concerned, we have been throughout clear. I think there are only two kind of people who are not clear about the Indian policy. One is Trump, who has got selective amnesia and memory loss. And the second is somebody in our own country who doesn't want to be part of the country and start questioning the country. I'm very clearly bringing it out. There have been three outstanding part of this conversation on telephone. One, our Prime Minister clearly specifies to the Trump, that is President Trump, that nothing like that happened. You are somehow having a dream. You are going into selective memory loss, where you are time and again repeating it might have happened in your dreams, but it has not happened on ground with India. The second part is very clear that Trump offered the Prime Minister that you please come down for a visit from Canada, for which there was a fantastically clear answer given that no, we are going to Cyprus. And that amounts to what? That Cyprus visit cannot be cancelled just because the president of US is calling. The third part was that our Prime Minister gave him an option that we can meet during Quad and you are invited, which he is accepted. So this also should bring out to everybody clear. India does not go by others' agenda. We have our agenda clear. We have our lakir going up and up, and we will go by that. We will go by what is correct. As far as Indian interest is concerned, we will never ever have any mediation in any of our internal affairs. We are quite capable. We are quite strong. We can support ourselves. We don't require anybody to come in without invitation. And that invitation we will be giving selectively if at all required, which as on today has got no reasoning that it will be given as far as US is concerned. Very clearly responsibility has been also brought out that yes, Vance did speak. There's no doubt about it. But there was no talk about samjhota. There was no talk about trade. So let us be very clear. In India, abroad and in the world, India is on its own. We are writing our own script. We are standing on our feet, and we dare now tell you by our mouth and voice that no, all your statements and dadagiri will not be tolerated, supported. It is also a clear indication to all Indians and so-called, not so-called Indian, that whatever agenda you may have political, you can carry on with it. The country will go on its own, and we are going very strong.
Thank you very much, Colonel Shailendra, also joining us on this broadcast. In fact, responses now coming in from the government. Earlier today, Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri and Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa spoke on this entire issue. Listen.
I should now start calling them lie producing factory, LPF instead of INC, constantly I mean, they turn to, there's no invitation. And then when a productive 35-minute exchange takes place, they resort to, I don't know, frankly, whether this is ineptitude and incompetence or this is pure lies. But either case, it's a lie. Then they take resort to an earlier conversation which took place in January and say, oh, this is not the readout. Arey bhai, readout aane do unka. But should you or should you not accept a detailed readout by your own foreign secretary and point by point? So all I can do is, I don't want to dignify the Congress party's ongoing, hallucinatory, I would call it hallucinatory fake narratives that they go and put on. But through all this, I get the feeling, Suchitra ji, that they're always looking for some way in which they can show India down.
ये पहले से स्पष्ट है, विपक्ष को एक बीमारी लगी है झूठ बोलने की। देश के प्रधानमंत्री प्रभुसत्ता पे, संप्रदा पे कभी भी कोई कंप्रोमाइज, कभी कल्पना सपने में भी नहीं कर सकते। विदेश मंत्री ने क्या बताया, स्पष्ट किया कि जब ट्रंप की तरफ से ऐसा अगर कहा भी गया तो हमने स्पष्ट कहा, इस कूटनीति में किसी भी दूसरे मुल्क की इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं बर्दाश्त की जा सकती, क्योंकि हमारा स्टैंड बड़ा क्लियर है, पीओके हमारा है और इसके ऊपर किसी बातचीत के लिए भी किसी और को बीच में नहीं लाया जाएगा। लेकिन राहुल गांधी एक स्कूल जाते बच्चे की तरह बार बार कभी नरेंद्र सरेंडर, उसको उनका कसूर नहीं है। जो उनको सोशल मीडिया के छोटे छोटे बच्चे पढ़ा के भेज देते हैं, उसमें से जितना वो याद करते हैं उतना पढ़ देते हैं, जो भूल जाता है वो भूल जाता है।
Let's also take you through what else is making news right now. Another gangster has been neutralized in Lucknow under the ongoing Operation Langra. Police as well as the SIT carried out this late night encounter. One criminal injured, another on the run. Gunfire was also exchanged, warning ignored. The heat is also now back on Uttar Pradesh's most wanted.
Operation Langra continues in full swing across Uttar Pradesh with another dramatic showdown unfolding in Lucknow late last night. Between 2 and 3 a.m., acting on a tip-off, the STF and Lucknow police launched a joint operation near Langra Patak. The area was cordoned off and suspects were asked to surrender, but instead they opened fire on the police. In retaliatory firing, one gangster was injured and captured, a classic case of half encounter. The second suspect managed to escape under the cover of darkness. A manhunt is now underway. Weapons were recovered from the scene as police tightened the noose under Operation Langra.
उत्तर प्रदेश में ऑपरेशन लंगड़ा लगातार जारी है। मैं इस वक्त लखनऊ में हूं, जहां पर कल देर रात एक अपराधी और पुलिस के बीच में मुठभेड़ हुई है और हाफ एनकाउंटर हुआ है। यानी कि उत्तर प्रदेश में सिर्फ लखनऊ राजधानी ही नहीं, कई अन्य जगहों पर लगातार इस तरह की कार्रवाई जारी है। आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर पुलिस ने चूना लगाकर इस एरिया को सुरक्षित किया हुआ है। बड़ी बात यह है कि जो खून का जो निशान है वह अब भी दिखाई दे रहा है। तो पुलिस के मुखबिर होते हैं, उन्होंने सटीक जानकारी दी कि साहब कुछ दिन पहले जिन लोगों ने महिलाओं के साथ छीना झपटी किया था, उनके साथ लूटकांड किया था, वो अपराधी अपाचे बाइक से मुहैया होते हुए लंगड़ा फाटक की ओर जा रहे हैं। ऐसे में एसटीएफ सक्रिय होती है और तुरंत यहां पर पहुंचती है। साथ में लखनऊ की पुलिस और लोकल आलमबाग की पुलिस होती है और यहीं पर उनको घेरने की कोशिश की जाती है, लेकिन वह लोग गोली चला देते हैं और पुलिस को फिर आत्मरक्षा में गोली चलानी पड़ती है, जिसके कारण एक बदमाश तो घायल हो जाता है और दूसरा बदमाश रात का फायदा लेकर भागने में सफल होता है।
Well, India has now taken a strong stand against Pakistan at the United Nations Human Rights Council, calling out Islamabad for harboring terrorists. India defended Operation Sindoor, saying that defensive action is not just a right, but a solemn duty. The sharp rebuke comes at a time when Pakistan is facing rising global scrutiny for enabling cross-border terrorism. In fact, multiple delegations that have been sent out by India parliamentarians that have visited various European nations as well as Caribbean islands and once again reiterating India's position on this entire matter, that it is India's right to self-defense, and the fact that Pakistan has been exposed for harboring terrorists and indulging in cross-border terrorism. In fact, that's the position that India has taken all along. In fact, several of the foreign dignitaries have also been briefed about why Operation Sindoor was the need of the hour. This was in the backdrop of the horrific attack that took place in Pahalgam, claiming the lives of over 24 people. Important to point out here on your screens right now, this was the statement that was put out by the Indian ambassador a short while back, Indian envoy to UNHRC. This is what the ambassador had to say.
22nd April 2025, Pakistani terrorists turned a serene sanctuary in Jammu and Kashmir into a killing field, carrying out a barbaric execution of 26 Indian tourists in Pahalgam in front of their families. The UN Security Council rightly condemned this reprehensible act of terrorism and called for all perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors to be held accountable. And we all know that those sponsors operate from Pakistani soil. Pakistan's attempt to mischaracterize Operation Sindoor, our precise and proportionate response, as military aggression is unconscionable. When a state harbors terrorists who massacre innocents, defensive action is not just a right, it is a solemn duty. From hosting Osama bin Laden in its military cantonment to conducting state funerals for globally sanctioned terrorists, Pakistan never fails to disappoint. It claims victimhood while remaining the acknowledged epicenter of jihadist terror.
After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers had already boarded.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा. This is pre-planned, and Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, three men and all that actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है. तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी जा रहे हैं, वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा. सबसे बड़ी बात होटल करवा दें.
This construction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that the delegations, they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. and we started off from the Balochistan parking lot where they had kept the scooters. Then we had moved on to a place about 3 to 4 kilometers from Waisadong parking lot, whereby they had stopped to take photographs, and there was an attempt in that place, but it was not peaceful because Raja started off his bike, and so they had to move on.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है, तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी जो जा रहे हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात होटल करवा दें। This construction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that in the delegations they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. And we started off from the Balochistan parking lot where they had kept the scooters. Then we have moved on to a place about 3 to 4 kilometers from Waisadong parking lot, whereby they had stopped to take photographs, and there was an attempt in that place, but it was not peaceful because Raja started off his bike, and so they had to move on. And they had stopped about 200 meters away from the Waisadong parking lot. There only photographs were taken, but attempt was not made in that point. We finally came to the Waisadong parking lot where the scooters were kept. We ascertained where the scooters were kept. We had ascertained where Raja was standing. We had taken to replay the whole thing, we had taken a
follow the developments, we will follow the actions of the United States, and at any time, at any point, if we come to the conclusion that United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to United States.
Iran's ambassador to the UN in Geneva says if US intervenes, Iran will respond. Fresh footage from Israel-Iran conflict shows the elimination of the terrorist cell in Jabalia. West Asia remains on the edge. Republic reports from damaged and destructed areas in Tel Aviv in Israel. After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%.
Pakistan's attempt to mischaracterize Operation Sindoor, a precise and proportionate response, as military aggression is unconscionable. When a state harbors terrorists who massacre innocents, defensive action is not just a right, it is a solemn duty.
And Indian diplomat Kshitij Tyagi slammed Pakistan at UN Human Rights Council, says when a state harbors terrorists, defensive actions is not just a right but a solemn duty. Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus, the breaking news that's coming in. Indian markets closed relatively flat amid the Israel-Iran crisis. Nifty is now down by 0.17% and global markets trade in positive zone. The big breaking news that's coming in the Nifty, Sensex is down just 0.17%. I'm going to try and go across to business editor Pranav is joining us live from our digital newsroom. Pranav, Indian markets have closed flat. Nifty Sensex is down just 0.17%, relatively less hit by the Israel-Iran crisis. Explain to us how this is going to be impacting us, Pranav.
Well, yes, Indian markets have been relatively less impacted. Over the past about 5 days that the conflict has been brewing, the Indian markets have actually risen for the past 2 days, for the past two sessions, and today it has closed flat. It is, if you view it against the global markets today closed in the green zone or relatively in the positive zone, but the US markets yesterday were down about 1%. So obviously, yes, the conflict has hit global markets to an extent, but the Indian markets look relatively isolated as of now. Now, we were talking to an analyst today morning who says that some of the key factors behind the relatively isolated response of the Indian markets is one, the RBI repo rate, which took place about a week ago, followed by the strong fundamentals and the macros, which is supporting the Indian sentiment. As far as the outcome is concerned, the only fear is that if Israel indeed attacks Iran's oil wells, that is when analysts are afraid that the markets could react wildly and there could be a sharp fall.
I also want to get in a sense about global markets that are trading in the positivity zone, Pranav.
Global markets in the sense today, Hang Seng index was up. Some of the Asian markets have been up today. This normally does not happen, that when the US markets, which trade all throughout the night, when they fall, the global markets normally follow the suit. But yesterday, despite the fact that the S&P 500 and Dow Jones were down 0.7 and 0.1% and 1%, despite that, the global markets, that is Hang Seng, KOSPI, FTSE, all have been trading in the positive, though with minor gains, but in the positive zone, despite a major conflict brewing in the Middle East.
Absolutely, and that's going to be our top focus, Pranav. I also want to ask you and get a sense from you on not only the Nifty, because the Nifty Mid-Cap 150 Index highlights have also been given out today. We are seeing a slight decline from yesterday. At previous sees a slight decline in today's session, like we were saying, it's trading at 24,809.50, down from 53 points. So, Pranav, global markets are seeing this rising down, but Indian markets actually are remaining unfazed by what's happening between Israel and Iran in the West Asia.
Yes. In fact, Indian markets have been unfazed. As I said just a few minutes ago, that over the past 5 days that the conflict has been brewing, for the past 2 days, in fact, markets rose. So there were long green candles that were formed on Nifty daily charts and Sensex daily charts. As far as sectoral is concerned, defense stocks have been on a rise. Oil stocks again rose yesterday, but today they've again closed flat. So some sectors are seeing gain. Auto stocks today have in fact closed in positive. So sectorally, in fact, we are seeing that some sectors are gaining despite the conflict. Some sectors are obviously under pressure, because of which the markets are pulled down to the flat levels and not really rising today.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Pranav. Now we're also going to give and get you details about the tensions between Israel and Iran that have reached a boiling point as the Israel Defense Forces unleashed a series of powerful airstrikes on Iranian military targets. In this explosive compilation, we bring you 9 shocking videos capturing the sheer scale and intensity of the attacks, from missile-laden drones to precision air raids. These videos reveal the raw reality of modern warfare and the escalating conflict that's gripping Western Asia. Viewer discretion is advised due to the graphic nature of the footage.